Yes, people. Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. I hope you're all doing well. Please kindly accept and welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another live news on Chelsea Perspective. Today, again, we have quite a lot to talk about. The news have started emerging here and there. Again, there's some unfortunate, there's some stuff we want to hear, and some again, to teach us something, to not believe everything we read out there. But that's, by the way, I hope you're all doing well. And more importantly, blue morning to you, because in fact, it is the blue morning. Once more, yes, people, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to another Blue Morning Show on Chelsea Perspective. It is all news today. Again, I'll get into it in a bit. Just give me 1 second. I have to take care of the background to get the correct background, the Blue Morning background, and which is this one here. All right, so now straight to finding out who's already in the chat and what they're saying, because we always keep it interactive here. We keep it inclusive here. Again, so it's important that I look at what you have in the chat already. Just give me 1 second, a bit more stuff to put together there. I will get with you in a bit. Okay, just 1 second. I'm almost there. Just hold on. Please don't go anywhere. Right. I think that's the guy I'm looking for right here. And again, something that came to mind will still be here. I think why Porter starts his press conference. So I swear that we would pay attention to whatever he's saying to see if anything else happened. I'm hoping nothing else has happened. Here we have Liam Lane. Again, my screen seems a bit slow. I don't know why. Again, he says, blue morning, Kachila panel, and blue morning to you too. I hope you're doing well, Liam Lane. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. And as you're coming in, please take a second to like the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I'd really appreciate that. Here we have, my bro, from another mother. Again, a Thai Talks, a CFC. Please, if you're watching, I know we don't have too many people watching at this point, but if you're here, if you haven't, go and check out Thai Talks YouTube channel. Again, I'm reprogramming Nightbot, but I'm taking it gradual because I don't have too much time at hand to work at it. So I did just once it looks like this is one of those days I'll have serious internet issues. But that's by the way, again, if you haven't, go check out Thai Talks YouTube channel and be sure to subscribe if you haven't. Poor Kante, it's looking like, again, his time at Chelsea is slowly going away, and the era ends with him at Chelsea. Blue morning, everyone. Tuchel deserves a job, and he will get one. Lavia news was true in your opinion. Thank you. That's why I like you, Ty, for saying in your opinion. But that's, by the way, again, people, if you're watching and you haven't, make sure to go check out Thai Talks YouTube channel. He should have at least 1,000 subscribers, and we can help him get there. So please go check out Thai Talks YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. Again, Ty, thank you for that. Lam Lane says, please like and subscribe when you enter if you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. Again, I couldn't put it better. That's the truth. The more you like the video, the more the YouTube algorithm will be triggered, and the more the stream will be pushed to more people who'd be interested in the topics we have to talk about. So please, again, do take a second to like the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, Leon says, yes, sending the very best wishes to Emma, again, for speedy recovery from everyone at Chelsea. Yep, same here again. What a coach she is. She's one of those I've also said I'd really like her, to become the men's coach someday. We're Chelsea Football Club, and we set, the standards for every other club to follow. So, yeah, I am looking forward to that. Again, here we have, let me see, who else here? Give me a second. I'm not sure why my screen is freezing. Probably because I have something, my updates today. Let me know why. This is really, 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 this is one of the. All right, I'm guessing that's what I get from, again, with the new system, but I hope it fixes itself. But it looks like it will be stable now. Let me see. I'm hoping it is stable now. Okay, I can see what you have in the chat. Please, if you can, let me know if you can still see me, and hopefully it hasn't shut down on the stream. But again, I've switched it to another connection. The new system wouldn't take the old Wi-Fi booster that I have, so I'm trying to use it with its default connector. I hope it works better now. I hope so, at least. Again, limitless. I hope everyone is well. Yes, I am well, except the internet connection itself isn't doing well. But I think it's fine now. If you're on the chat, let me know if it is working well for you right now. Again, I'm not sure what the issue is. I hope to overcome it. Okay, here we have again, hi Lane saying, let me see. Okay, thoughts on Kante. He will be out for 4 weeks again, 4 to 5 weeks. Yeah, Chelsea games. Again, we've learned that we can actually do without him, and I want to talk about that in again a bit more. Here's where again I've always been concerned that the more we get to play games without N'Golo Kante, we get what I previously called, again, a false sense of security. But now I'm actually subscribing to the idea that we can do without him. And that clearly, again, highlights the club's concern that N'Golo Kante is injury prone. I guess, I guess we can now come to that conclusion. You can say I was a bit in denial I didn't want to believe it, but even if that's the case, I still think they should find a solution, come to an agreement with him, and offer him a new contract. He served the club well. It will be unfortunate, for his departure from Chelsea to be on a very bad note. At least we can just give him what he wants, even if it is for the sake of saying, okay, just one more year. We just want to keep you for one more year because out of respect or something. I don't know how else to phrase it, not to come across as if I'm being sentimental, but you could say, of course, yeah, I'm being a sentimental, really. Well, we're too attached to the man himself. But more importantly, again, I thank you for being patient with me. I think the internet will be stable now. If you haven't and you're just coming in, take a second to smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, I think the light isn't okay. I need to turn on one of the lights. I didn't even it disconnected, actually. But that's, by the way, again, we need, again, to find a solution. And again, the worst part for the player himself, it's happening again. The depend on N'Golo Kante, depends on N'Golo Kante so much that I see them again, just him to the square if it's 10% fit, because for them, and we should them in January. My point, whatever they wants to do, it should be done in a way that shouldn't come across to the player as if we're dumping him, as if we've used him up and just want to dump him because we feel like he's of no value to us anymore. I don't think it will be good for, again, we'll be creating a very, you could say, bad PR situation for ourselves that won't be easy to deal with. I still think there's a player in him. We just have to find a way to manage him. But that's, by the way, PJ Kelly, I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. Again, the start has been shaky due to a new system and not connecting to the internet properly. Let's see what we have here. Again, exciting times at Chelsea. Hope we continue and build a good foundation. I think that's exactly what Todd Boehly and his fellow co-owners are doing. Again, a good job so far. Again, they're trying to streamline, the word I can't say properly, streamline the club's operating, again, processes. Again, that if you have everything streamlined properly, I think you'd achieve quite a lot of results because the operations will be seamless. So it makes perfect sense. Making changes in the medical department, making changes in the recruiting department. Again, making changes also in that business aspect of the whole things. If you've been reading what's going on, they want to make sure that the club has a steady, you could say, avenue of income. So money will never be the problem. Again, a good foundation indeed, like you called it. Big up to you all. One Chelsea family. One name, again, freedom is coming. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm happy to hear that. Okay, Tumo, thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate you saying that, and I recognize what you're talking about. Tobes asks again, your usual fingers crossed. I hope you're doing well, brother. That's your ID, by the way. And if you're in the chat anytime, any day, you don't show that, I'd ask for your ID, brother. But that's, by the way, I hope you're doing well. Morning, Kachila and Pana Mono. Morning to you too, Santiago Munoz. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for finding the time to join. Hi, everyone. Nkunku and Vadio 2023. It's looking like it, but none of them is done as of yet. That's why I was telling people, don't just jump to the conclusions that the deal is done. And big up, big up to you, brother. Again, it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Please do let me know. I'm going to try to skip through whatever we have here as quickly as possible. Breaking up bad, Kuchila, I think it should be sounding better right now. I've switched it to a much stronger internet that doesn't need the Wi-Fi booster. Thank you so much for telling me that. Again, I can see you. Okay, thank you very much, brother. Good morning to my sister, Miss Alano. I hope you're doing well. Again, when you get a chance, share the link to your channel so that people can go check it out. We grow together here. So thank you so much. Again, good morning, guys. Have a good weekend. You too, old have a Sky. I hope you have a good weekend too. So yes, again, if you're in the chat, let me know if you have any question. Again, I'd try my best to address it. Again, I'm not perfect, more importantly, but I will surely do my best to address your question, any question you have. So let's start with a structured topic. Let's start with Emma Hayes' news. Again, the news she underwent a surgery, and I hope her quick recovery. A very, very good, again, intelligent manager, and I've achieved a lot with the Chelsea women's team. I hope she gets, I wish her speedy recovery. I hope she recovers quick to regain, to start her work. Yeah, but we recognize that her health is more important than the job itself. The job will be there. Let her get better first again and rejoin the team. So I wish Emma Hayes a quick recovery. No need reading the statement she put out. You can go to the club's website and you will see it there. Very touching indeed. That shows you probably it was difficult for her to, give her football for a while to recover. But again, you have to be alive to be able to coach. So yeah, an important decision at that. Again, take your time, recover, Emma. You know we love you. Again, whenever you're back, yeah, I'm sure your job will be waiting for you. Back again, as troops would say, again, nice to have you back, brother, again, the show too. It looks like the internet is still giving me a hard time. If you're watching, let me know. Is he better now, or is it still shaky for you? Sure how strong it is. You don't accept the Wi-Fi software, probably why it's gotten worse. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go. So we're gonna start looking at the structured topics we have lined up here. Just one at a time. I will back to you in a bit. Yeah, that's a really, really horrible way to start the show, but move. We will overcome it. Technology, again, never stable, always a problem. All right, again, my screen, again, will take time a bit. So if you're in the chat, again, go ahead with the input. Again, ask the question you have, and I'll try to address it. So let's start with this one. I don't know Joe Shields very well, but again, here, Fabrizio Romano's comment says that Joe Shields to Chelsea as part of the recruitment team. Done deal. It is sealed and confirmed as revealed on Wednesday. It's all sealed. Also with Southampton, here we go. Talks continue with Christopher Vivell as a new technical director. And again, the whole thing, the whole hiring process seems that, again, they want to make sure they're not overloading anybody. Because in some cases, you could say, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's been situations where, again, you have a technical director doing the role of fulfilling the role of director of football, but now they want, again, a proper division of level to make it easier, again, to streamline the process of the club's operational process, again, to streamline it, to make the whole thing easier. And I think that's a good foundation for the club overall and will help the club achieve quite a lot. So again, from what I've heard, I don't know Joe Shields quite well. It's, again, he has eyes of good talent, and we need that at Chelsea. So this is indeed, just as Limitless says, good foundation for the club. Looking forward to the future. Again, would be able to achieve quite a lot with the people they're hiring. If you look at any of them, some of them aren't the biggest of names, but if you look at their pedigree, what they've been able to achieve at their current clubs, you'd see that, yes, again, we're making the right decision. It says your audio is cutting in and out. Yeah, it's still about the connection, but I think it should be stable now. Hopefully that's the case. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. Maybe I have to update the software of the Wi-Fi booster to make it even better. But I think it should be stable now. Again, in this one here, we have Jorginho prioritizing new contract as this agent hates at Barcelona meeting. We did analyze Jorginho's agent's comments. He didn't deny whether he spoke with the Barcelona hierarchy or not. Here's the thing, and Jorginho himself will not come out and say, yeah, you know what, I'm planning on leaving Chelsea. He gives you the option, but the truth remains, it will be very difficult. It will be seriously difficult for Chelsea to offer Jorginho, again, what will make him, again, not joining Barcelona, in the sense that you'd have to offer him a very lucrative a new wage again, or you have to up his salary nearly twice as much for you to be able to measure the amount of money he gets if he gets to leave on a free, which I'm not sure the club again will be willing to do. Again, it depends on another side to it also. It depends on how much Graham Potter values him. But I still doubt that Graham Potter would value him so much that the club would be willing to give him nearly twice as much as what he's earning at this point. It'd be difficult. If they really want to keep him, I think they should have begun, talks should have begun by now. And believe me, like we've established before, he's a Brazilian before he became Italian. He was still Brazilian because Brazil is his birthplace. Yes, he represents Italy, but really home is Brazil. So I see him, which is something that's very common with South Americans. You can even call it a culture, the dream of playing for either Real Madrid or Barcelona. And you can say Jorginho at Chelsea has won nearly everything there is to win, except the cup competitions and also the Premier League. But with the Champions League, Club World Cup, and the Super Cup, again, it's still really it comes in and out, but that maybe ended sooner than later. His one is to win at Chelsea, be content with joining Barcelona La Liga and get a chance to win other trophies. So we'll see. Like I said, he won't. I'll come out to say yes. He's planning on leaving Chelsea. I think I tried to make a change. Let me see if I'm even connected to the right internet connection. Yeah, that's the correct one. I'm not sure why it's still going in and out, but that's why we move. Todd Boehly is serious about this project. And of course, he would be, he should be, and would be, after the investment he did. Again, he would want to see a progression of the club and make history and make his a story at Chelsea as Chelsea's co-owner. Again, you could say most people don't even know the names of all the co-owners. I think he leads the way for them. Here's the thing. The one thing we've talked about before is that Todd Boehly, he recognized that winning comes first. Winning comes first in the sense, yes, even if you're profit focused, even if you prioritize making money, you'd have to win to attract big name sponsors. The club has to win. It has to be. You have to, your brand has to be you could say a global brand. You have to be doing well in all competitions for big name sponsors to even consider, sponsoring a shirt for you and all that. So again, it makes sense, and he didn't become a billionaire by being dumb. He's a smart man, so that's why they put in all those structures in place. And again, they're not overlooking. They're not they're not overlooking. Then or maybe they're not exempting, if you prefer, the footballing aspect of the whole thing. I think they're working on the whole thing simultaneously. As much as they're working to have a good business model, they're also working to be sure the club will always get the best players in the world, from getting young talents to also getting proven scouts. Again, people who's done well as scouts. Again, since Potter has taken over, Mount looks a different player. Also, Capé has stuck stuck at it and worked hard. Big question is whether Potter will keep him as number one. Again, you don't want to chop and change goalkeepers. I think you don't need to remind Potter. You don't need to remind him that. Again, you can say he isn't the oldest coach, but you can say he's been in the game well enough to understand that you don't do that. Plus, Kepa of the two goalkeepers is the most equipped to do better in his, again, in the way he likes the game played. So I hope that makes any sort of sense to you. So I wouldn't even, I'm not concerned about him just dropping Kepa to the bench for no reason. Again, except if he starts underperforming. Do I think Mendy will get his chance? I think Mendy will get his chance. And again, Mendy also, looking at him, he's equipped to actually do well and regain the top spot. but it's going to be very difficult. And that's exactly what I see in the goalkeeping department of our club. I don't want a situation where one player, again, is treated like he'd never lose his place, no matter what happens, and the other treated as if you're not important. You're only important only when the other player isn't available. Again, even if the surprising thing is that he actually took an injury for Kepa to get a chance to show, look, I'm ready to help the team whenever called upon. But we move on. I really don't want to talk about that much because it leads to some, you can say, feisty arguments that I seriously do not want to get into. Again, people, thank you for 26 likes. It looks like we have a much more stable internet connection right now. I hope it stays that way. Apologies for the shaky starts again, but these things do happen. Yes, we'll talk about Joe Shield. I don't know him too well, but you could argue the rumors are that, again, he was the one that found, I think, Roméo Lavia. And again, we'll get to the rumors whether the rumors that we went in for, we desperately went in with £15 million trying to get him. Even I think he hasn't even kicked a ball. Except maybe he hasn't even played that much for Southampton, and we wanted to sign him for that much money. That's, again, at this point you could say it was all rumors. There's no way to confirm if it is the truth because there are conflicting reports out there. Some are saying it was all lies. Some are saying, yeah, it happened. I think Fabrizio Romano still says, yeah, that it happened. What are the story that we have here? This guy, I don't know him that well, but he's a midfielder. And again, I must say the highlights on YouTube isn't enough to educate me on whether he's a good player or not. I can't say that really. Chelsea are reportedly interested in RB Salzburg's Konrad Laimer, who could leave the Bundesliga side as a free agent next summer. Yeah, we've heard similar stories. Again, the same movie we've watched over and over again this past, again, a transfer window where we had the stories of us being interested in some free agents, and they end up, again, using us to get a better contract and remain at their respective clubs. But again, I'm not too gassed about this one because he's not a player I know that well. But if, in fact, that the club are looking at him, but again, that's a chance. There's some measure of context to this story, substance to the story if you prefer, but I don't know. If you're on the chat and you know him very well, please do let me know. I'd like to learn what you know about him. I don't know him too well. Again, thank you for 26 likes. If you're just joining and you haven't, please do take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much. I sincerely do appreciate all your support. Again, nothing as he says, again, a week keeping Silva until he's 40. The man is a machine. Sign the contract already. Again, him signing also isn't that straightforward. I think he has all the stuff he has to continue. He did mention something about his family. And again, Brazilian, they do have that culture of, ending their careers at home. It's more of a culture, again, and they were saying Dani Alvarez do it. We've seen Willian, but his comeback to Europe, some of the big name players, you see, they all do that. But I'm not sure. Do I want the club to keep him? Yes, I really want Chelsea Football Club to keep Thiago Silva beyond his playing career. I think he can. There's so much he can do for Chelsea beyond his playing career. He can become one of the scouts. He can become again our ambassador to South America, because if he picks the phone and calls any player and say, "Hey, this is Thiago Silva speaking," they'd listen to him. But let's see what the club wants to do. But I'm sure they really would want to keep him because they must have learned how influential he is on and off the pitch. Every player at the club respect him so much. Well, whenever he speaks, again, the dressing room will listen. He's that good. Graham Potter has spoken how, again, he values him, his importance to the team, how good he is. And again, he's not somebody you could say his age will be an issue. As long as he's still willing to play, you want to keep him. Again, he's the most pronounced factor that defines his playing ability, it's his intelligence and technical ability. And you don't lose that with age. As long as you're still able to move about the pitch, we should keep him. He's not the quickest, but his intelligence, like I've explained, is what defines who Thiago Silva is. And so we should aim to keep him beyond his playing career. Again, please like and subscribe to the channel. Again, if you haven't, to help us reach more people. Thank you for 28 likes. But believe me, I know we can do better than that. And I sincerely, again, do apologize for the shaky start. It is technology for you. We have a new system in place, and it's not accepting the Wi-Fi booster. So that's an issue. Okay, now here's the one here. And I want to read this one and also get what those in the chat are saying. It says Chelsea did not make a 50 million pounds bid for Southampton, for Southampton's Roméo Lavia in the summer via Matlaw. Fabrizio Romano, correct me if I'm wrong, is saying otherwise. He's saying, again, we made a 50 million bid for him, again, late in the transfer window, trying to get the deal across the line. Now we're seeing from Matlaw, you could say, who has a Chelsea insider, if you ask me, who is a Chelsea insider himself, saying that never happened. And I want to get your thoughts on that. Let's see what people here has to say. But Fabrizio Romano said we did, or is Fab, again, not telling the truth. Again, it says, mate, Joe Shields news was exclusive here yesterday, and now where. So again, I'm not sure what to believe here. And here we have someone else. Again, someone should show Matt Law what happened last time that someone went against Fabrizio Romano. So that's probably why I'm thinking this is probably why Pat thinks it's after all the truth. But yeah, it's a war. You can say information wars maybe. Matt Fab. Okay, let's see again. I never trusted this. I doubted it again for the first time. I heard of it, as I was saying there, and says again, I believe whatever Fabrizio Romano is again. But if you're in the chat, I really want to, again, hear your thoughts. For me, it doesn't make any sort of sense, actually. There's a possibility it happened. There's a possibility it didn't happen. But there's also no way telling whether it happened or not. We move on from it. Again, I don't believe it really, because it was too sudden. And why was it even called a secret bid in the first place? And again, until I hear anything from Southampton, until I hear again the player himself say something about it, I don't think I will believe it. We've seen so much happen. Again, Fabrizio, after all, did tell us that we've already getting the video deal will happen, and it hasn't happened. But that doesn't mean it won't happen. So I think that's why I've always told people, whatever you hear out there, just group them on together. And everything you hear out there, group them all together, dump them in a single bucket, and label them rumors. Again, dissect whatever you see, put two and two together, and you come to a sensible conclusion. In this case, I just say, you know what? There's no telling what really happened. And again, I'm not going to start saying I believe journalist A or reporter B. I'm just going to move on. We didn't sign Lavia. That's it. Again, is he a player I like? Again, I must say I don't know too much about him, and I can't just judge with a few games saying what a player he is. I don't operate like that. So we'll move on from that. Terry wasn't quick like Silva. Again, a top world-class defender just reads the game. Again, as they say, if a defender flies into a challenge, he's made a mistake. Again, you can say the most important, you can say the best defenders in the world. What defines their ability the most? Again, you can say the predominant factor that defines their ability is, the intelligence, the ability to read the game. Because if you can't read the game, you make a lot of mistakes. You miss time, balls. You miss time your tackles. You get red cards again in the process. You miss time balls you want to stop, and then end up letting opposition again face your goalkeeper one-on-one. So, but that's by the way. Again, I'm just going to move on from that. Again, it's not about pace for them. It's not about power for Thiago Silva either. It's his intelligence and his ability on the ball those things define are the most predominant factors that define his ability as a player. If Chelsea did not make the bid, why didn't McLaw say it when when it came out? All these journalists just want clicks. Who cares about the news now? Yeah, again, it doesn't really matter because the most important thing is that Lavia isn't a Chelsea player. Even if we did, there's no way to tell. So, yeah, if it happened, we want to hear from the player himself, and we want to hear from Southampton. There's nothing that says it's against the law for them to come out and say, yeah, Chelsea did try to sign Lavia and it didn't work. But we will find out. Or the player himself, again, there's nothing wrong in him coming out to say, yes, Chelsea wanted me and it didn't work. So let's just, like you said, let let's say we just move on from it. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. It's as simple as that. Again, if you're in the chat and you have any questions, shoot it and I'll try to address it. Again, 30 likes. I appreciate that. If you haven't, take a second to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, thank you so much. Again, breaking news. This was actually yesterday. N'Golo Kante has had a hamstring injury setback and will now be out of for the next 4 or 5 weeks, which is looking more like he's going to miss out again. He will not be going to the World Cup. That be unfortunate if that eventually becomes the case. But like I said before, France, they like him so much. Again, they value him so much. It's so important to them, to the way they play, then that I see them risking taking him to the World Cup. And I'm serious about that. Again, people, if you're watching, again, as the press conference starts, please, again, help us. If you see anything that you think we should know, please bring it up and we will talk about it here. I'll be looking at my update screen too, but I'm cautious about that as I'm not sure, again, what we do. I'm not well acquainted with the new system. I know it's very powerful, but I have to be sure. Again, my update screen is a program that I programmed myself, and it's powerful. You can shut it down. Yep, if Chelsea did not make the bid, again, I've read that before. To me, it is surprising that it's becoming, an info war between two popular Chelsea journalists or reporters that cover Chelsea stories. Again, if you're in the chat, let me know if you have anything. Again, you want us to talk about. Again, I'll be more than happy to talk about it. In the case of N'Golo Kante, again, I'm concerned, and I'm going to say why I'm concerned. When the rumors came out that he rejected Chelsea's contract offer, I was concerned again that maybe he's already thinking about leaving the club, because the fact remains the club, the previous owners had a 3+1 offer on the table for him, and the new owners again changed it to 2+1, highlighting his injury record, again thinking, considering the fact that he's not always available, no need paying him that much money, and he's already one of the biggest owners at the club. So giving him new contract will still mean, I think he remains there. He becomes one of the biggest owners too, and probably earners, possibly the biggest owner, because he's already one of the biggest owners there. So, but my problem is this: I have to be honest, is that I looked at it when he sustained that when he got that hamstring injury. I looked at the length of time he will be out, and I thought about it again. We'd get to play about a few games in his absence, and if we do well in his absence, and what I called a false sense of security, then the club will start thinking, okay, you know what, we can actually do without this guy, and if he's not willing to accept what we're offering him, then we just move on from him. Again, I didn't want that to happen. I feared that was my fear then. And it looks like it's going to happen, because even I myself am not a board member of the club, and I'm not a co-owner of the club. I've subscribed to that idea. Okay, you know what? We can actually do without him. So why double his salary? Why give him a lengthy contract? Just let him go. Again, of which, but my call is, again, even if we decide to let him go, it should be on a good note. N'Golo Kante has done so much for this club. You could argue we the club and the Shams, are the two you could say parties that run him to the ground, or playing him even when it's not fully fit. Again, rushing him back from injuries just because of how important he is. But I still, even though yes, I'm starting to come to terms that he may well leave Chelsea. I think it should be on a good note. The club shouldn't let N'Golo Kante leave in a way that he could start arguing again. We used him and dump him because he served us well, and that situation would create a serious PR nightmare for the club, and I don't want to see that happening. Again, if you're watching, thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Again, I appreciate that. Again, that means the world to me. If you have any questions, shoot it in the chat, and I'll try to address it. Let me see if I have, again, anything else here to address. Let's see. Joe Shields, we've talked about him. I don't know him that much. Let me see if I can find anything about him that it's worth talking about. Okay, I've read this one. It is from Fabrizio Romano too. Yep. So the question now, okay, even if we let N'Golo Kante go, I don't think the club will be looking at again. That's not saying N'Golo Kante is a DM. N'Golo Kante is traditionally it's a traditional 8, but we've used him in that position, given his ability to read the game, and so many people start again. You could say I've stereotyped him as a DM, but he's not. He's really not one. What sort of player should we be looking at to bring in terms of getting a replacement? I don't think the club will be in a hurry actually to get in a player now, because we're really packed in the midfield area. Plus, I'm coming to the realization, and I think you should also pay attention to that fact that Graham Potter, again, doesn't use traditional DM in that, you could say what we call twin sixties name. If we go by representing the two sixties by letters like we do in most cases, he prefers playing with CMs, that's central midfielders, rather than, again, CDMs or DMs, which means, again, we wouldn't be looking for a traditional DM. You could argue that's why Dennis Zakaria, even without playing a single game, you could say has become surplus the requirement already. But that's why we just quickly, again, I have AD again in the house. I'll try to bring him in. Let me see what Giovanni Jafta has to say here. Again, Chelsea should prioritize the right wing back position as well. Again, they need someone to replace James. Maybe I don't think someone to replace James. Again, it should be someone to compete with James. We had that issue last season, and it doesn't look like as if we learned anything from it. Maybe because we can get a player such as Ruben Loftus, who is capable of fulfilling that role. Again, when it's again a hybrid approach, when deployed in that position, his primary responsibility, as usual, isn't really to defend. Maybe that's why Thomas Tuchel did not deem it necessary at that point to be looking to look for you could say to look for a competition for Reece James. But also, if we're to believe things were heard, then you'd say Chelsea did try to sign some players. We were linked with Jonathan Klaus. We were linked to the Dutch international, what's his name, that plays for Inter Milan. What's his name again? Oh gosh, I just don't remember. Denzel Dumfries. But we then we tried to factor getting Denzel Dumfries into the Lukaku deal. It didn't happen. But again, I think we'll still be fine there, given Graham Potter's tendency to play wingers in that position. Hopefully the wingers don't start, whining about being played out of position and all that. But that's, by the way, again, AD Love for Blue, thank you so much for finding time to join the panel. At least we'll get a differing opinion and not just me alone on the panel. I hope you're doing well, AD.
Yeah, big up, bro.
Yeah, big up to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to get your thoughts on everything that I've gone through. I want to start from the number one here, Joe Shields. I don't know him that well, but I heard, again, he's got good eyes for talent. What do you think about that? Again, it's ready. And what do you think about all the changes at the club? again, to me, like I've argued before, it seems as if the club, they want again, to streamline the club's processes, that which makes the whole thing easy. Again, I think it would be good for the club. The club will become a well-oiled machine. You don't have also that leads to not having a single individual with so much power, which can be a problem. So the division of level that we're seeing, we're going to have a director of football, we're going to have a technical director. And so you could say these are roles you could argue probably a single individual handled for Chelsea Football Club in the past. But if you want to talk about that, fine. If you want to strictly let us know what you know about Joe Shields, I'd really appreciate that. I don't know him too well, and I really want to know more about him. And I think the fan base and our followers would want to know more too.
Yeah, I really don't know much about him, but I only read about him yesterday when I saw the report coming out, and then it was with Man City. I think he left Man City to go to Southampton, and so that will tell you the reason why most of these young players wondering how Southampton bought players from Man City. The Lavia we're talking about, Gavin Bazzono, the goalkeeper, came from Man City, so you could see the link there, him going and bringing those players to Southampton. So definitely. It looks like he's going to be a good recruitment officer, whatever they want to call his title, because I think they're splitting the office. I mean, somebody was in as 4 different positions, split them into 4. You have the recruitment director, the technical director, the football, the director of football and all. Everything just split. That's the way they want to run it, and it might work very well for us. I mean, not having somebody having all the powers, but at the same time, it might be the bureaucracy might be too long sometimes. If it has to come from this decision, agreeing on this, agreeing on that, sometimes it might work well for us. It might work the other way as well for us. So it depends on how they work in synergy, the kind of relationship they build together, and the kind of understanding.
Yeah,
it brings them all together and let all of them be on the same. It might be a good thing. But if they're not on the same page, if you have too many people like that wanting to take one decision, it might take too long before they concur, and then that might be a little bit slow for us in terms of transfer. So it might work either. It might work good. It might work bad for us. So depending on how they channel this.
Yeah, again, it depending on how. Again, I think they're prioritizing communication. Again, the language I've used, I think the better term or language to use is they're trying to streamline the process. And you could say that's why we heard the argument before that the issue they had with Thomas Tuchel was, again, lack of his willingness to make himself available when needed or to communicate proper with the club's hierarchy. Whenever he's called upon, he sends his subordinates to go do that for him. But I understand what you're coming from. Having too many, again, they said too many cooks, too many hands spoils the cook. But I think in this case, you could argue, I think he will make the whole process easier. He won't make it, again, a well-oiled machine. Again, a proper division of labor is good. And that means, again, there's no point in time where a single individual will have too much power. I think I like it. That's who I am. Maybe, but I get your point. You make a good sense there. Again, if you haven't, please do take a second to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, thank you for finding the time to join us. I appreciate that. Dumfries is not competition for James. James will still start for Chelsea, and Dumfries will be rotational again, which means James is going to. I think we're saying the same thing. But at the same time, if at any time James as a starting player, at any time he starts underperforming, you have a capable player on the bench to come in and do good enough job, or maybe do even better, or maybe again, I know James. You can argue James is a better player, and the truth remains there are no 2 players you can bring today and say, you know what, they're equal. No, one will be better than the other, and one will have something that again he or she does better than the other, if that makes any sort of sense. But I get your point there. Again, we need competition, as in the case of the left wing back, and again, Dumfries doesn't bring that. Okay, you're saying he's not even good enough to compete with James, and now I get your argument. Again, Eddie, since we have this on the screen here from Ty, Again, I don't know. Have you been to Ty's channel, by the way, Eddie?
No, I've not. No.
Oh, well, I think you have to check it out. Again, I think you will like it. Given his comment there, your thoughts on this comment he has on the screen. Do you subscribe to the idea that Dumfries will not be competition for James? That James is probably way better, but their numbers this past season were similar, nearly the same number of assists, nearly the same number of goals too. But you go ahead, Eddie.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that because if you look at if you on the left side, see we have Reece James. Sorry, we have Ben Chilwell, and now we have Zakaria. So that puts them on their toe. They know they can't really say I am far apart. I'm miles ahead of this person in terms of performance because when complacency comes in for players like Reece James now, if you look at him, he knows whatever happens now going forward. Now, as we speak today, he's nailed that permanently for himself. Nobody comes near him. But if somebody like Dumfries comes in and look at when he had injury, even now that he went down injured, we're all afraid. Is he going to come back? But if we have someone like Dumfries, that calms the nerve. Okay. It will be strong. Reece James, but it's hard to find where Reece James is actually weak at the minute. But Dumfries will literally give him that competition, thinking, oh, if I don't push my game, it will even push him to be a better player as well. It lifts him up again. Yeah, Dumfries coming in. If we brought in a player, say like no disrespect to him, like Death or whatever, Reece James will still look at Death and say, oh, this one I'm miles ahead of him. He won't push himself that hard. But bringing him the likes of Dumfries will give him that competition and it will take him to another level that we'll be happy to see. That's my own thing. So
the player, you're saying the player in question doesn't have to measure James, but good enough in the sense that James himself was senses that again, if he doesn't, continue improving, that's a chance he comes in.
Definitely. Look at what is happening between Kepa now and Kepa and Mendy. If Mendy gets his chance now, we will see a different Mendy. Because Mendy will know, oh, so I actually had this competition all along. He took it for granted, maybe, or complacency set in for him. But now he sees that, oh, this new manager can actually drop me for Kepa. Unlike before, he looked undroppable. He looked as if you couldn't take him off the team. But now he knows. So coming back, he will be more screwed on and he will be more focused.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, you make a good point. Again, the competing players they don't have to measure in terms of quality, but they both have to be good enough to be able, represent the club at the highest level. So again, that argument it makes sense, and I think. Sorry.
Yeah, you're very correct. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, that's a delicious point. Yeah, and I think Dumfries is good enough. For James to know that if he underperforms, Dumfries can come in and do good enough and do even that he's capable of doing even better. That's just that because it all comes down to the demands of the manager. And here we have Giovanni Jafta says Gabriel Solonina is a very good goalkeeper. TT signed him and loaned him back to the MLS side. Again, he played last season. That's Chicago Fire. Do you think he will come in next season? Good question. Now, for this one, it's difficult to say. We don't know, again, what's going to... At this point, you can say we don't know what's going to happen to Mendy. Because I think Mendy wouldn't accept, again, remaining on the bench for a long time. But the wise thing for him to do would be to fight for his place. But I think because there's a chance that clubs will be, looking to sign him if his situation at Chelsea doesn't change, of which I don't see it just changing out of nowhere as good as, again, if Kepa Arrizabalaga continues performing. Because some people thought Mendy would start against AC Milan. Yeah, again, I don't know how they come into that conclusion. But Kepa hasn't put a foot wrong, and that doesn't mean he's a better goalkeeper. He's simply just, again, in a better form at this point. And Mendy is capable of regaining his place. but he has to recognize first, okay, you know what? Here's why I'm sitting on the bench, and I have to work on it, because you have to recognize that you have a problem before you solve a problem. But that's, by the way, Thomas Tuchel probably didn't help him recognize on time that he has a problem by playing him even when he was averaging a single mistake per game. But Kepa was on the bench working hard and knowing that his time would come. But what's his name? Mendy didn't do that. But that's, by the way, let's get back to your question. And AD, again, if you can handle that. For me, I would say, before I go to AD, I'm not sure about Slonina's ball playing ability. I haven't had the time to watch him that much to conclude whether, again, he's capable in that aspect, because that's very important to the way Graham Potter likes to approach the game. So the question I want to ask you, Eddie, it says, do you think he will come in next season? Again, Giovanni Jafta, it's talking about Gabra Slonina.
It's a tricky one, honestly. It's just I think the club signing this goalkeeper maybe they thought Kepa was going to move on. That could be what they were thinking about. So Kepa might likely move on. But now Kepa looks like if he's going to stay, and he's doing very well. So it's going to be tricky for this young goalkeeper. I only know. I've not watched his clip at all, but all I read about is that he's a very good shot stopper. I don't know about it with his feet. If he's good with his feet, I don't know. But I don't know how he's going to come in now, because it's going to really block his development. It's going to hamper his development coming in.
Yep, the most important aspect. Go ahead.
His development will going to be hampered. So
yeah, I think you make a very good argument there. I think his development is. Yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, his development will be hampered. So I think they might just get him on loan somewhere. That's what will be the next step for him.
Yeah, he needs to be playing because if Mendy remains at the club, if the club, I don't know the club's decision but I'm still concerned that again, given the fact that he rejected the club's contract offer outrightly, he rejected it. It's not like talking, and they're just and both sides optimistic about coming, an agreement. No, what came out was that he rejected the contract, which means probably didn't give him what he wanted again. And if the club feels like they can bring in a Slonina the second, I don't think it wouldn't make sort of sense to bring in Slonina to be the second choice goalkeeper. Like you said, he will hamper his development. I think, yeah, he will most likely leave on loan. If you really, again, if we're being factual and objective, I think it will only make sense for him to leave on loan. And there's no chance, again, I wouldn't believe anybody telling me, okay, he comes in and he will take Kepa Arrizabalaga's place and someone else becomes number 2 and others. No, it just doesn't make sense if you take your time to look at it. Again, 36 likes already. If you haven't, please do take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Yeah, Eddie, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, and then all these things, what's happening now, it's not looking good for men.
No, yeah, it's not really. Yeah, go ahead.
The club now will be in the position of strength now, rather than the weakness. They will call the shots now. If you understand where I'm coming from, rather than Mendy telling them. Initially, it was Mendy calling the shots because he thought, oh, I've really nailed down my place. I'm the number 1 goalkeeper. Slonina, whatever coming in. But now Kepa doing so well. If Mendy does not sign the contract, they might just say, okay, Kepa, Mendy, if you're not accepting our offer, you can move on. We sell you, and then we bring Slonina to be understudy to Kepa, and then that's it. We have 2 goalkeepers again. Remember, Peter Cech came when he was 19 years old, and he did very well. So 18 years going to 19 is not a young lad. The young lad I was talking about, Bazuno, that went from Man City to Southampton, is only 20 years of age. Yeah, so it's 18, 19 for a goalkeeper. If he can really, really perform the standard, which I've read about, that is a very good goalkeeper. I mean, this only weakens Mendy's negotiating power now, because the club will now tell him, if you want to move on, if you don't accept this, that's it. So it's not looking good for Mendy in terms of this negotiation.
Yeah. Again, it looks like I jumped to this one before. From Learn Phil, sorry, apologies, bro. I hope you're doing well. He says, we also, again, try also try Dest and Dumfries. I think Dest, there was no substance to that story linking us with Dest. It was just all rumors. We weren't serious about him. If we were, I honestly do not know, and I'm not sure we were serious about it. Just give me 1 second. I have to change something quickly here. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Let me see what else we have in the chat here. This is Ty also. He's already on the panel. Since Dumfries is not a kind of competition for James, I agree with that, but at least he's good enough to do a good enough job if James isn't playing. Again, James would still start. Yep, I've read that, and I agree with you. James will still start for Chelsea, and Dumfries will be rotational, which is what we want, but good enough. It's not in a case where if James gets injured, you say, oh, we're finished. But if we have Dumfries and James gets injured, we'll still be confident, knowing we have a player who's played in that position before and is capable of doing well and helping us fulfill the role. Yep, again, I've read that one too. Again, Gabriel Solonina is a very good goalkeeper. Titi signed him. I've read that one too. Dumfries and James are too similar. Kukurea and Chilwell offer something different than the other. So they're complementary, if you want to say that way. Again, Dumfries is not decisive enough and is hesitant with his next step. Maybe that's something that changes. It all depends. Again, like I've argued before, a player's performance, you could say a manager's the mind of a player can actually define how well the player does under that particular manager, which is you can argue the reason why you'd see a certain player, be awful under one manager and then be world class in another manager's tenure or reign, if you prefer. So yeah, again, yes, he's not. You can say James is better from what we're seeing, but he's capable of being part of the team and still do well for us. That's what we need. If we had him, we wouldn't be complaining too much about missing James. But Ty, welcome to the panel. Glad to have you here. I hope you're doing well. Again, what do you think really about again? You started the debate, so your thoughts. I want to hear from you. No, again, I can barely hear you. Looks like you're. And there you go. I think I can hear you now.
Is it better now?
Yeah. Ty, we can hear you. Go ahead, brother.
All right. So basically, and the well, you have up the comment. I'm not saying technically that Dumfries isn't good enough. I'm just saying that with the similarities
I understand that, but go
James
ahead.
and him.
Mm-hmm.
The similarity, it just, to me, it just shows that there's no difference. It's too similar. There's nothing to say that James is going to be playing and Dumfries is going to be the rotational player. I just think that you need somebody that when one is not there, you have something different. It's when it's the same profile or it's the same personality that they both have. It just shows you that when one is out, you're gonna have the exact same thing. Despite that being good, it just shows that it's gonna be redundant. There's too much repetition. You don't say anything that will say, okay, this is amazing. Which is why I use the example of Kukurea. When you look at the difference between Chilwell and Kukurea, and you even mentioned it as well, you can see that Kukurea has an excellent passing lane. He can find a pass in the smallest of spaces, and he can make a pass that even when it seems as if it's not the most likely, it still plays off. With Chilwell, Chilwell offers more in terms of being in the attack of the opponent's box and being an attacking threat. And Kukurea is still learning about that. He's trying to be it, but he's not there yet. And that is why even you can go back to Alonso as well. Before Chilwell got that, that more boosting and attacking presence, it was always Alonso and not always doing good there. So the point I'm making is that yes, Dumfries is a good player, but we need somebody that when James is not fit, the opponent James, so we will be able to understand, okay, we can't do this, and you'll find an alternative. when you have somebody that you have no idea what they'll do because they're so different to the starting quote unquote player, it makes it easier. So that is why even with Kepa as well, and I'm happy Eddie brought up the point about Kepa and Mendy, because we've seen that Kepa's distribution of the ball is completely different from Mendy. He's more comfortable, he's confident, and he's able, and he even gave me a heart attack nearly against I think it was Wolves. So I guess in that sense, I just think you need something different. You can't have the same player. You can't have a similar profile and two different players because it becomes too redundant. And for me, I just think that, I mean, he's a good player, but it would also include him adapting because he's in the Italian league, and we've already seen what's happened to Koulibaly as well, and he's still adjusting as well. So you need somebody that will compete. And right now, I just don't know if Dumfries would necessarily be that competitor that keeps James on his toes. I don't know. I'd be happy to be proven wrong if it happens, and we've been linked with him for a very long time.
We've been for a long time, even before. Wouldn't you say even before Thomas Tuchel took over? But here's the thing, Ty.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be as good as James, but he's capable of starting and helping us get the job done. And if you're talking about them having at least something, one offers and the other doesn't offer, I think you're talking about, again, the ability to call upon one because we're playing a certain team and you think the other player would do better playing that team in particular. Again, I'm not really going to go into it. He's good enough to play in the right wing back position, and he's capable of helping us get the job done if Reece James isn't playing. Even if if it's a rotational player, that's still fine. That means, again, like the other day that James didn't play, but Cesar's Requeta did again an excellent job, by the way. You'd still have somebody like Dumfries in the team had we signed him, but we didn't. You understand? But the argument is, again, he's good enough. That's why I'm going. I don't care that much if they differ too much or not. But I get your argument. I know where you're coming from. He's not better than James. But again, I think if he agrees to join us, I don't think we should waste even a second in getting him. Again, I also think Bellingham shouldn't be so expensive. 100 million is insane. 16 million is reasonable, and from seeing, I think we'll probably come to Chelsea. Bolton, I have to be honest, comes down to how Potter value him or not. That again, he thinks. Let me say specifically whether he thinks again he's good enough for the team, which I think he is. But I don't know how to discuss that one again. We don't have the right to tell Dortmund how much they should sell their most prized asset at this point, you could say, because after Haaland, I think I missed the video where we talked about how Bellingham will be the next big thing at Dortmund. Yeah, he is now. So I don't think you'd get him for 60. It'd be crazy, except if you're offering, factoring a player that they want from us into that deal, which, yeah, Callum Hudson-Odoi comes into play. But that's, by the way, again, I says Chelsea should develop.
Can I just quickly say something there?
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
100 million for Bellingham. 100 million it'll be a steal. From what I think of that player. So for us to be thinking 60 million, we're not going to get Bellingham for 60 million. This is the same way we did with Haaland. People were saying, "Oh, it's too expensive, it's too much to buy." Look at Haaland today now. Apparently, from reports we're hearing, 200 million buyout clause. That's what he has started in his contract. And look at the way he's going now. I mean, if Neymar could go for the amount he went for, and Coutinho could go for the amount he went for, I mean, Haaland going for 200 million, I won't be surprised. So for Bellingham, 100 million, if we even around 100 million, I say it will be over 100 million. If Declan Rice, if West Ham is asking for over 150 million for Declan Rice.
Yeah, because we don't have too many topics to talk about. So this news again. more of a Q&A. So, Ty, what do you think about Ishak Usman said here? Would you pay that much money for Bellingham?
I would not pay so much, but I understand why it's that amount. I always factor in the fact that it's always similar, and you have to look at the contract as well that he has, and considering what he's achieved in terms of not necessarily silverware wise, but in terms of what he's achieved in terms of numbers, in terms of the impact he's made for Dortmund, you're not going to be getting him for a cheaper price, which is why even with the point that I just heard about Haaland, despite I'm not really sure if he would have done the same thing he's doing at Man City if he was at Chelsea. You can see that considering the fact that he had signed for Dortmund, I think it was in 2020, you were obviously not going to get him for cheaper, and obviously he has that release clause that allows him to leave for cheaper. So obviously it has to come down to the contract and what is inside of it. Yes, I would not be open to spending over 100 million for a player who's still young when you have other players that are around that age that you can develop and save that money and actually sign players that you actually need and build for the future in terms of using that 100 million and spreading it across different positions rather than on one player. But I mean, if the club wants him and if they value him at a level to say that I will go for this player because I think he is exactly what Potter wants and he would help us to evolve into a good team and evolve in that midfield, then perhaps what can I say? I think he's a good player, but for that amount of money, I just wouldn't. I mean, people say it's not our money, so it doesn't really matter. But you have to think about the investment, and if the investment doesn't make sense and it doesn't work out, then Todd Boehly will look like a fool, and the entire ownership will look like a fool, and then it will be pointless. So I'm not really sure about spending that much, but if we pour in what his price tag will be, and in terms of what his impact has been for Dortmund as well.
I'm sure you weren't here when we had that debate, so I want to ask you, what do you think are the chances of him joining Chelsea Football Club?
I think it would be at the moment 25% because you have Liverpool.
Oh, that's
that are
huge,
also
actually, from what
interested.
I've
Real
heard from
Madrid
other people that spoke here, Ty. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think 25%. I think they equally amongst everybody because I think Liverpool wants him. Liverpool are still attractive to many footballers, so they would obviously consider them. Real Madrid is obviously going to always be there. Also has a rich history. So it's 25%. The only thing that I think would probably give Chelsea some level of leverage or some advantage is if they're able to express what their project is and what the rebuild will take place, and try to sell him in the idea of if he comes to the club, then what they can do and what he can be a part of. I don't really think that there's a chance where we can't get him. We can, and considering if we are able to sell what we're trying to do, and and he sees it as being something he'll be part of, then I don't see why he wouldn't join. But I think it's 25% because all other clubs interested have a very good chance of getting him as well because they're also attractive and they have the history of utilizing young players and get the best out of them. So I think it's quite equal. I think 25%.
Yeah, 25% again. To me, that's the biggest I've heard since I was asking that people that question. AD, what was the percentage you said again?
I said that for me, I think because of the Liverpool connection and what we've heard about him, I don't know if 20 tag is giving 25%. That's huge. I'll be so happy for us going into the transfer window with a 25% chance of getting him. But I think it's lower than that. I think it's lower than that. But
Okay, you said, yeah, that's why I'm saying Ty is given an even higher number actually than I expected to hear from him.
Anything will have to come into consideration. If Liverpool ends this season outside the Champions League place, that might come into play as well. If he wants to go to Liverpool and they don't offer Champions League football, that might be detrimental to them.
Yeah.
So that might.
Yeah, go ahead. Ty, how well do you know this guy? I can't even say his name. I don't know too much about him.
Oh, my Lord, man.
Yeah, you like him that much?
Konrad Laimer. I think people pronounce it different. Laimer. I call him Laimer.
First name Konrad, yeah.
Yeah, Konrad Laimer. I think he's an excellent player. I think he's 26, 25. I remember.
I think it's 25.
Yeah, one of those age. He's an excellent player for RB Leipzig. And you know what? If we're going to go for Nkunku, and I mean, people say it's close, you go for the player that he has such great chemistry with, because we need that creativity in that midfield. And if we want that creativity, and if you want somebody that will actually compete and actually have that versatility, he is an ideal player. And considering the fact that he will be on a free, that is more of a positive, and that gives me hope that, you know, if you go for him, he would actually benefit Nkunku if he comes, because you need that creativity. And I mean, we've seen what Potter can do, and we've seen the how things have changed and how every player can create, and we've seen that even Aubameyang has thrived after making those passes and then being found, and players continuously trying to find him. That is exactly what you need, and Konrad Laimer gives you the creativity, and he actually can make a good pass. And I wouldn't say he's similar to Fabregas, but he has that creativity in him, and he can score some goals sometimes, and he can also put in a shift as a defensive midfielder. That's not his ideal position, but he can actually come deep, play in a double pivot as well. So I guess in that sense, there's a lot of positive. And considering the fact that, you know, like I said, Christopher Nkunku having such a great chemistry with him, it would make sense you go for a player that would understand Nkunku, understand the rule, the runs that he would make, and what he's about. So I think it would make sense, you know, to go for him. And considering he's on a free, even better. Let's just let's just, you know, just invade RB Leipzig and take as much people from there as possible.
Yeah. Here again, Lucky Mokara says 100 million for a midfielder is too much. Again, you get what you pay for these days, and given the market, I think Bellingham is worth the money. He's still young. How old is he again? So if at any time you want to sell him, you still you still have the chance to do so, as just as AD have used the example of Erling Haaland, the buyout plus 200 million or so. So if you pay that much money for him, he's still very young, and you add the buyout clause too. If he wants to leave, any club that wants him again before his contract expires has to pay a certain amount of money. You says again, will he be scoring the goals for Chelsea again? There's so much to a team's overall play than just the goals. Again, if there aren't midfielders again who are able to, you know, you can say the roles are complementary. You have certain players who don't score, but they have all the things they fulfill for the team, other roles that they fulfill to the team that are critical. That even without them, those that score goals won't even get a chance to score those goals. I get the question again, but you have to look beyond the goals to look at what makes a team. Again, there are better players with low pricing. With a scouting team should work on. Again, Eddie, what do you think about this comment on the screen?
Just looking at this Konrad clip, few minutes there.
Okay, if you want to talk about Konrad first, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know much about him before, but looking at his clip, and it just looks, instead of if he's getting it for free, rather than us talking about De Jong, I think it's similar kind of to De Jong, the way I'm looking at him now. He looks kind of similar, to De Jong. So if we're getting him for free, it won't be a bad shout. It looks all right.
Yeah, that's from clips of where he's doing the good stuff only.
Yeah, I don't understand that, but we all look at the clips where they do the good stuff. So if we can see some technicalities in what we do.
You get a clue of what the player is capable of doing. Yeah, go ahead.
Then you can judge on that, and then the scout, our scouting department will have to look at him and then be able to judge. But from the little I've just seen, I think it It's kind of similar even to Jorginho in a way, but I don't know if he's got more pace than Jorginho, kind of. So
From what I've seen so far, I think he's quicker. He's quicker and more physical. You could say Ty, correct me if I'm wrong. It looks to me, what I've seen so far, it looks like he's a better dribbler than Jorginho.
Oh, 100%.
Sorry?
He's quite similar to Kovacic.
Yeah, I think so. And I've seen somebody in the chat say that too. But do we really need him, really? But I think the highlight of your response when I asked you if you knew him that well, your response was that again, the chemistry he has with Nkunku. So for getting Nkunku, it makes sense to get a player that he's played with, who gets the better out of him. That was your argument, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I understand that again, but we don't know. I don't know how truthful that the report we're seeing out there is at this point. Mokara says again, Konrad is similar to Kovacic. He can drive it with the ball and brick line, but his passing ability, long and short, not really top notch, just okay. I don't know him that much, so I can say I agree or disagree with you. But you sound like you know him. Ty also knows him very well, but Ty feels like he'd be a good addition to the team. But I wouldn't buy a player because we're getting a certain player and getting the other player because he gets the best out of the other one. I wouldn't do that really. I don't think he makes it. I think it's a risk. Eddie, your thoughts on Ty's argument regarding the chemistry he has with Nkunku? I mean, I think I don't know if I should say Ty is suggesting that again. If we can get him, and since it's on a free, get him because he's going to help us get the best out of Nkunku. What do you think?
Yeah, it might not necessarily be for the sole purpose, getting him for the purpose of only getting the best out of Nkunku. But looking at him from the little I've just watched, I think he links up well from the defense to the attack. And that's what we need. He looks quick on the ball, and then he looks very technical on the ball. So if we are going to get a player like that, he will help other players as well in and around that area. And if we're looking to get either the Declan Rice or something, he will be the one like kind of the Kovacic type moving forward, So it will complement the midfield very well for us. So if he's going to come in and get the best out of other players as well alongside Nkunku, for free. I mean, it's not. We have to balance the finance of the club. If we're paying, say, 100 million for one midfielder, maybe Declan Rice or Bellingham, and then we get this for free, it's not bad for the midfield. I mean, he upgrades our midfield as far as I can see. I don't know him very well. I think I will sit down and watch his clips properly. But from the little I've just seen, I think it won't be a bad addition to the club based compared with what we actually have at the minute. But at the same time, where does that leave the likes of Chukwuemeka and all in the team of teams? And
why sign them in the first place?
And Karaga and all. So that's just the problem.
Yeah, so Ty, when you started in the midfield area, it's like 80 men. And if we're looking to 9 players in the midfield area, it shouldn't be someone like Konrad. It shouldn't be anybody similar to Kovacic or you can say Ruben Loftus-Cheek, because Loftus-Cheek is able to fulfill the hybrid of 8 and 6 role. He's capable of doing that. So if we're looking for any player, it should be a player again that's, you can say, whether we like it or not. Again, I think Regista is a better term for a player who's capable of helping you control the tempo of the game or dominate games. If you prefer playing out of the back, you need a player. Again, you can say a mashup of a CM and again a Regista, which I don't think Konrad is. It's more of a box-to-box midfielder the way I see it. And we should be looking at more players who are capable of creating chances from the central area. And that brings to mind the Russian-Armenian kid. I'm not sure which country he is from specifically. His ability to create chances from the central area. We haven't had that since a player who's capable of doing that consistently. We haven't had that since Fabregas, left us. So what I want to know from you, Eddie, shouldn't we be prioritizing players who are capable of doing that, and not players? Again, we have too many players who likes to hog the flanks rather than try to create something, facilitate defenses splitting passes from the central area.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. But they're very hard to come by now these days. That's just the problem. Very few of them around. Very few around to get those kind of players. They're very, very rare to get. The one you talked about, the Russian guy, looks kind of that kind of player. But I don't know. I don't know. He's still young, but we just have to think about what we can mold if we have from our academy or something, or maybe just give other players a chance and develop them. Maybe it has to do with developing these players into that. Now maybe we can find somebody we can actually develop. But for us to think it will be easy for us to get somewhere like a Modric type of player, they are very hard to find now these days. There are not very many.
Yeah, I think we should. Again, we should start looking at getting that sort of player, because again, you could say for a while now, our chance creation, you could say more than, just to be safe, 70% of the chances we've created all come from the flanks, and it's very predictable, and that's easy. That's actually the easiest, to stop. But chances that are created from centrally, you could say maybe the whole thing doesn't come down to the midfielder we have. Maybe you could say the issue also may well be the type of runs our attacking players make. What do you think, Eddie?
Yeah, it could be. It could be the kind of run, but the understanding, it has to come with understanding between the midfielder. Look at the understanding between De Bruyne and Haaland now. It's unbelievable. And how long have they been together? You can see the understanding there already. So if the player is ready to make that move and the midfielder is ready to give you that pass on time, then the understanding will develop. But I think we seem to have midfielders now who hold on to the ball for too long. And even if the attackers are making those runs, they don't actually come on time early enough for them. So it makes them, when they want to move now, they're either offside or the ball is not coming quick to them. And then, that understanding needs to develop between them, the players we have, and tell them when to release the ball for the moves they make. Maybe the kind of a Birmingham and whoever player we have, maybe Broya. If they're making those moves, release the ball quickly and let them make those runs properly. But the understanding have to be there. There's no understanding. They just keep making those runs and the ball don't come quickly, because De Bruyne knows when to release, when to let ball go. And look at Modric and all. They know when to release those passes quickly, So, but I think it needs to come with more of training together and understanding, and then doing it very quickly and when the other players make the move.
Yeah. Let me see what else we have here again. Any expensive transfers Chelsea made in the last few years that didn't work again at the club. That's why I am saying 100 million it's too much for Bellingham. Look at the Lukaku and Havertz flop. Havertz isn't a flop. I think probably most people don't understand what he brings to the team and what he does on the pitch. And if you're paying attention, Graham Potter again. He's not starting Havertz because if he feels like Havertz isn't good enough, he understands what he brings to the team. I don't know if you hear me. Havertz, whenever he's on the pitch, you can say we have a much better attack than when he's on the pitch. Maybe he's just to make sure they're attacking a three, they click, and he again quite well. But that's why the way I get your argument there, and you can argue under Romain Abramovich, most big name players we signed. I think how do I again? We really didn't pay attention whether it fit into what we want. It was just because probably the owner wants one of them, or the son wants that player. In the case of we heard that the son wanted him. But in underground Porter and in the rain, again, under the new ownership, I think a lot of research, again, they work with numbers. We've learned that they're numbers people. So they do a lot of research before they decide to go for players. So I don't think they go for Jude Bellingham if they've looked at it and to any measure see that, again, I think he doesn't fit into our current project. They will not go for him. He's not, again, he has you can say a structure in place that he uses to look at players. Plus, we have we're getting the DOF, we're getting again, scouting personnel in. Those guys will work together and look at it and say, yeah, I think Jude works with us, not because he's a big name player, but more importantly, will he work with, will he fit into the current project? So your thoughts, AD or Ty, if you're there, you go ahead. What do you think about this comment on the screen? Or let me just say, ask you this question. What do you think the difference between how, the big name players we bought under Roman's reign and the big name players with the buy-in, you believe with the buy-in under Boehly's reign? I think the difference would only go for players that will work for the team, that will fit into the current project, and not just because, Boehly's son wants him or Boehly wants him or something like that. You go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, and the history of it all, in terms of signing players and not working out, there's two reasons why. They simply just don't suit what the current manager wants to do, and the players are just signed. With the difference is, if you sign somebody that is very expensive, or you think that's higher than what you should be paying for them, and actually suit what the manager wants, then you cannot say that it's a flop. If you look at it, and I'm not saying Havertz is a flop, but let's not forget, Roman Abramovich saw a player that was being looked at Real Madrid, by Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, and he just said, let me just go for this player. At the time, Lampard wanted other players, but he was willing to have him because he was doing quite well at that time. I mean, if you look at Lukaku as well, Tuchel wasn't really looking to sign him, but he wanted another player, and at the time that was Haaland or Lewandowski. But Roman Abramovich wanted Lukaku because of the past that he had with Chelsea, the connection that he had, and he was signed. I mean, Alvaro Morata. I mean, if you look at it, there's a pattern. The manager did not want these players, but they were still signed. Conte didn't want Morata necessarily, but he ended up getting him. So each player that we've signed for a high fee were all players that the manager did not want. Now, if it's a case where Potter wants Bellingham and he sees Bellingham as a player that could come in and see what he wants to do, then that would be completely different from what we've seen at Chelsea and the dynamics that when you spend big on these players, they never live up to the price tag. And that is why I always say that I don't judge players based on price tag, because if you look at a player that you got for free and they become a legend, or you pay little to nothing for them and they thrive, you're not going to look at the price tag and say, you know what, this is that. And for me, I guess in a sense it differs quite much in terms of Bellingham, and despite, like I said, I would not be willing to spend that much on him because of how young he is, because he's 19, and there's always a risk that an injury picks up and he ends his career before he even starts completely. So I guess in a sense there's a big risk in terms of it, but I mean it would be completely different from the examples of a Havertz or a Morata or a Lukaku, because at the end of the day those players were signed when the manager was going in a different pathway and he wanted to suit what he wanted to do, and the system didn't necessarily suit these players. We've seen that even Potter has to find an alternative for Havertz at the moment, and it seems to be working sometimes, and in some cases it simply doesn't work. But I mean, at the end of the day, it has to do with what the manager wants, and if the manager wants him, then I mean, the club is going to push for him and back him, I assume.
Yeah. Again, just quickly, again, Ty, thank you so much for that. I think it makes sense. Things have changed now. I don't see us going up for big name players just for the sake of it, or because Boehly likes them. Again, even Cristiano Ronaldo, as much as I know, if we're going for him, it's more because of his marketability, or his not again, but he's still a good player. I think they work with numbers, like we've learned. They have a process in place to make sure we're getting the right fit of players. Again, and not just go for them for the sake of them being a big name player. That makes a whole lot of difference. For me, just 1 second. Eddie, your thoughts again? The difference. Do you think we'd make that mistake again? For me, I'd say no. But your thoughts? Do you think we just go, pay big money for players just because they play for a big club, or because they're hottest property in Europe, without being sure that they fit into the current project? Go ahead, Eddie.
No, we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be doing that. I agree totally with what Ike said. If a manager wants a player, he gets the player he wants. He fits into what he wants. That manager will make that player work. If you any signing that is not the manager, we easily will know this signing wasn't from the manager. Like Lukaku, clearly you will know it wasn't Tuchel signing Lukaku.
Yeah, and we
So if
learned
it
it was
wasn't
his son, the owner's son that wanted him. Go ahead, brother.
so you can when we have signings like that, that is not definitely the buying of the manager. It's hard to work. But if it's his own signing, let's say for argument, if Bellingham, say Potter wants Bellingham, and Bellingham joins Chelsea, he's going to do everything to make sure it works for him. So, but if he doesn't want Bellingham, say he wants Declan Rice, and you push and get him, maybe a Konrad or whoever, it will be hard. Look, a point in case. Look at this player, Zakaria. Zakaria is just there now. If it was Potter signing, Potter would definitely make everything to work for him. If you see when Aubameyang joined Chelsea, Tuchel immediately played him straight away, even with the injury, because that was his signing. So you could see Broya, even though he's the academy player and all, if he was Tuchel's main man, he would have played Broya ahead of Aubameyang. Say Aubameyang wasn't Tuchel's signing, and he rates Broya ahead of Aubameyang. If he was the club signing, he would have played Broya ahead of Aubameyang. But because Aubameyang was his signing, immediately threw him into the starting lineup. So you could see we don't have to go against what the manager. It brings us back to the talk about Kylian Mbappe. If Potter doesn't want Mbappe, if you pay all the money, bring in Mbappe. If he doesn't work for Mbappe, the man will keep dropping him, and it's not going to work. It's not going to go down well with the owners, and it's going to go one way. It's like the manager. So we can't keep going around there. It has to have the input of the manager to say, yes, this is the player I want, and I will make it work for him. It's as simple as that. So I agree with what Syke said. If it's not the manager signing, and if it's not, irrespective of the amount of money, it could be huge money. And then Bellingham's fee, 100 million, you have to know the number of years. He's only 19, if I'm not mistaken. So if he plays up to the age of, I'm not saying he's going to be with Chelsea, just as you said, if he came in for 100 million or whatever it is, he has a sell-on. He has the value is going to only get bigger as well if he really improves, just like Haaland. Haaland now, his value has shot up big time because of what he has done already for Man City. So if we get a player like that, if you spread the payments over the years, like that's the way I think they work out the transfer thing. They will said, okay, maybe if it's 19 years and he spends maybe 10 years with Chelsea, that's 10 million over each of the years he's playing for Chelsea. It's not actually the actual package of the money. Now, it spreads over the 10 years. So we're not thinking of another midfielder over 10 years. So that's the way sometimes they work out all them things. So
yeah. Again, I understand. Again, you don't pay in bulk. There's an agreement. You pay it over a period, and part of them, in most cases, are based on the players' performances. Again, if you're watching, if you haven't, take a second to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, some bad news we're getting from Graham Potter's conference. Again, I know I'm looking at it on my screen, and I went by then again. I got an update from Liam Lane, so we will share that in a bit. Again, we've read this one, and here didn't buy Hazard and Willian for that price tag, and they ended up being a legend. So you could argue then the players aren't that expensive at that point. 35, you could say, was a lot to on a player. I think good scouting work then also. But Hazard wasn't like I was Roman Abramovich. I looked at him and said, okay, I want him. It was good scouting work. We saw him and we courted him, and he wanted to join us. So that's a different thing altogether. And in this case, he nearly joined Tottenham, but we persuaded him to come to us because probably again he had the chance of winning more at Chelsea than then. It was Mourinho that made the call. I'm not sure who, but the important thing here is that I think things the new owners will do things differently. They're not just going to be signing players because just for instance, how you're hearing some big names such as you could say that was the reason why they weren't serious about getting Delete. Probably they've looked at the numbers and say this guy isn't going to work for us. You could say some players you thought would get, and that was the reason why they haven't gone for those players. The importance of buying a player should be, is he suited to our team? Exactly. I used to turn projects in the Premier League rather than buying them because he plays well with another club. That's a delicious comment right there. Because again, he's a big name player. Because Todd Boehly wants him. What's the names of all the people there? Now may want them at the club. Again, that's not the case. You buy a player because they fit into your current project. Again, then it makes sense. You don't want to go waste your money and end up finding out, wow, okay, it's not working. Bad news, yeah, I've seen it again. I'm going to look at it in a bit. Havertz has, again, had a great start too. Many of them do, but unfortunately, again, our judgments of players are based just on eye test. Again, or sometimes we judge players unfairly due to lack of a proper understanding of how football works. Is this the same? You could say, just a prime example would be Mikel. Only a few understand how important Mikel was to that Chelsea crop of play, Chelsea team at that point when he still played for us. Only a few understood. Some wanted him out of the club, saying all he does is just pass the ball sideways, backwards, and all that, opting for separate options and all that nonsense. Again, Matuku Frederick says again, we should use that 100 million to purchase Hakimi as a support for Reece James, and even try to purchase a Jared Bowen from West Ham, which he's experienced with the Premier League. Hakimi, for me, as much as I like him in terms of attacking wise, I think he's still suspect defensively, I have to say. I'd rather us go for I'd rather us go for again Dumfries, who I know can do well defensively. But that's, by the way, we'll move on from that. Here we have again Hakimi would reject that, and then, again, that's another part. He didn't want to come to us in the first place. He preferred going moving to France, but that's something. That's not something I want to talk about right now. Again, let's talk about this. Unfortunately, it is bad news. Let's look at it right now. It's about Reece James. And Ty, you want to start on that? You go ahead.
Oh gosh. No,
And it was as if we knew, well, because we talked about him too. But go ahead.
Yeah, and it's the decision of not signing a right back in the summer is coming back to bite us, or not keeping one, or keeping somebody that can play there. It's very unfortunate, but I mean, it also depends on what kind of surgery he needs. I mean, if he's gonna miss the World Cup, that doesn't necessarily mean he's out for the entire season. It just means that he may be out for 2 months, or recovering, and whatever the case may be. So I mean, it's not entirely something to say, okay, it's going to be similar to Chilwell, where he's going to be out for most of the season. It depends on what the surgery includes and how long the rest period is, and how many times the rehabilitation time is. So if it's a long period, then obviously it's bad long term. But I mean, if it's for 2 months, it gives you time to at least see what you can do. And if, we have Aspi who, hopefully can, gradually improve and, get at least give you 50%. And we do have other players that we could actually experiment on, unfortunately, and play there. I mean, we can still possibly see Potter utilize, what he did at Brighton in some cases where he uses wingers as a wing back. So there's alternatives that can be done, but obviously it will be unfortunate because James was doing quite good at that time.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Again, I only Savior, I say, not really again, but it's still a problem because we don't have a traditional right wing that player available now in its absence. That's not again, primarily that's not Azpilicueta's role, but he's capable of fulfilling that role. And at his age, how many games again will he play without burning out? Yeah, but again, I think that highlights the mistake we made in the summer. You could say we were serious, but probably because I have to also recognize we had little time. We joined the market late, given the issues we had. the sanctions and all that, you could say those things were serious drawbacks and that it didn't help matters. Again, but maybe we didn't prioritize that again, signing a right wing back player because we're able to, deploy a hybrid approach where players like Ruben Loftus-Cheek and right wing, other right players in the team who are wingers traditionally can help fulfill that role. Again, but sometimes you need to take the a traditional approach. Again, you can say in the absence of Reece James, we're not going to be able to do that more often. The whole thing comes down to how fit and how ready Cesar Azpilicueta will be. So yeah, but again, we can't kill ourselves. I hope Grandfather finds a solution. I think he has Ruben Loftus-Cheek, and the good thing is that he's known to to deploy a hybrid approach, just like Thomas Tuchel, by playing wingers in that position. But we'll see what happens. All right, big ups, Blues. Big up, my brother Mikhail. I hope you're doing well. My thoughts, I'm praying for Emma Hayes, a quick recovery. I wish her a speedy recovery. But yes, we recognize her health comes first. The Chelsea women's team will not grow legs and run away. You will wait for her. Just recover, get better, and we'll be praying for you. Thank you so much for saying that, Mikhail. It's important that we pray for her. Please like and subscribe, and when you enter, if you have not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. We're at 41 likes now. We got, I think, 114 likes for yesterday's show. Again, our poor start today due to technical issues, but I think we're doing well so far. Again, so take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I really appreciate that. A speedy recovery. Again, here, Hayes and Reece James, both. Yeah, we need them. Here's the link to Thai Turk's YouTube channel. Again, Hansen, again, Broski, Matuko Fredlik, Major Host Trends. I think you already subscribed to Thai's YouTube channel. Please go check out Thai's YouTube channel. Giovanni Jafta too. Subscribe. You can see the link again in the chat. Let's help him reach again 1,000 as soon as possible. He deserves that. Yeah, again, but he has to prioritize his education, so not always available to make videos. But we will find a solution to that. And branding process is in progress. I hope to complete that. But we're having a bit of just unnecessary issue with the designer at this point. But we may well move on from that particular designer. I hope he doesn't come to that. We're not something that will pay and not get what we want. So again, thank you guys for all the support. I appreciate that. It says the Reece James' injury is worse than feared after scans yesterday. Possibly he will miss the World Cup. Decision and surgery are expected in the next 24 hours. If he misses the World Cup tie, that will be a big miss for England. What do you think?
Yes, it will be. And considering I heard that Trent is injured. I'm not sure if he's missing the World Cup as well. I haven't really followed up with Trent's injury, but I know that Trent got injured as well. I think Kyle Walker. I really don't know. I was saying that there's a lot of injuries, and that the only player that necessarily was available was Trippier. So I'm not sure. There's a lot of negatives for England now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, they're cooked for real. That's area, but maybe again, what's his name? The guy that returned to Newcastle from Atletico Madrid. He won't be a bad option for them. Trippier. Yeah, Trippier. He's still good. He's actually a really good player, actually. So they miss James, but again, you can say he's the best they have, but they still have other players who are capable of doing a good enough job there. I must say, Kyle Walker himself, that's the Man City player, as good as he is, I think he seems to be dropped again. He seems to have dropped off form of late, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. There's a lot of players that haven't been the same. I mean, and Trent was not in the greatest form to say that he would be starting for England as well. So I guess there's a lot of unfortunate things for England because I mean, the right back position is a position where unless you're gonna choose some players that haven't even been looked at in the past, I'm not sure what they're going to do. The solution right now is probably getting Trippier. I'm not sure if Kyle Walker will be there in terms of being able to be selected. But
Mhm.
I know that they're gonna have to choose Trippier or somebody. And I mean, they have other young players. They have what's his name? Kyle Walker Peters. They could probably try him. I mean, they'll have to try something new. And I mean, they have to evolve eventually because I mean, there's not much um players there in terms of competition in terms for England. So they're gonna have to do something. But I think if James is injured and he's gonna miss the World Cup, then it's gonna be a big blow, as a lot of the accounts have to say on Twitter. It'll be a big blow for England because and for Chelsea, but mostly for England because obviously we know that club football will be off at least 2 months. So I mean, it depends on what happened. But like I said, it depends on how long the injury is for and how the recovery time is. But it's unfortunate for England, and they'll have to find some solution. And if it's to use younger players or use players from other clubs in the Premier League or elsewhere, because they do have other English players that are in other leagues, they may have to do that. And if push comes to shove, they have to try something different.
Mhm. Yeah, again, it's concerning. You can say Twitter in tears right now. Again, I'm not sure what to say again, but as much as I know, yes, would be able to cope again in its absence, but again, will not be as good. It's as simple as that. Again, we have to find unorthodox approaches, such as playing the hybrid role for it. Again, that is the only thing that I think will suffice. But that's by the way. Again, let's see what we have here. Again, those knee issues takes a while to heal, and it looks like it's reoccurring. Again, he's had that before, Ty, hasn't he?
Yeah. It's. Oh, I think he has a chronic injury problem, knee injury problem because it's always his knee. I'm not sure if it's because I didn't really get to see the AC Milan match. So I'm still trying to watch to see how the injury came about. But if it was his right knee, he's always had an issue, and every time he gets injured with his knee, it's always the right knee. So I'm wondering if it's something that needs to be corrected. Probably that's why surgery is being brought up now, to actually correct the issue that he has. Because I mean, if it's the same knee, then obviously it's something that he's had for a very long time. So, and yeah, I mean, the injuries always take a long time. It does take up to I think 9 weeks to and more.
Wow. That's really a concerning situation because it's just I'm having PTSD right now, given what we experienced the moment he got injured this last season. Again, it's just as if we knew and we started having conversation as again what player we didn't sign again. Yeah, that's the sad part is he misses the World Cup. That's going to be painful for him, and that would have been his first, right? His first World Cup. Yeah, it really
Yeah,
does
he would
suck,
have.
and yeah, again, sad for Reece James. Again, sad for our club too because he's such an important player for us. Maybe like Ty, like you said, it's something he should consider correcting again because in most cases, let's just talk about it a bit. When injuries repeat like that, sometimes you just need to go under the knife to get it corrected permanently, rather than having it heal and then before you know it again. Before you know it again, it reoccurs. Like you talked about, Ty, do you think he should actually go under the knife to correct it permanently?
Yeah, I think it's the best choice to make, and I mean it would long in a permanent way resolve that issue because I mean something like that, and if you try to avoid having to do surgery because obviously it takes you out of doing what you love for a very long time, then I mean you're gonna have to make that sacrifice, and I mean in the end it will benefit him. The only concern is what player will we see come back, because I mean we've seen that after a lot of players have done surgeries like this, they haven't come back the same. So that is always going to be a concern, but I think the best choice is to get the surgery because it would actually benefit him long term. And if it's something chronic, then it's best to actually rectify the problem permanently rather than hoping that it heals and goes away on its own.
Yeah, I'm seriously concerned. Really, if you're in the chat, let us know if you have any other topic you'd like us to talk about. I think we're running out of topic now. Again, big up Kachila and Ty. A big up to you too, just the queen of the house. I appreciate you finding the time to join. And once again, I want to take this opportunity to say again, rest in peace to our again own Street Beer. Again, I hope we did you again. The club did you proud by winning away at the San Siro Stadium in Italy, 2-0 against AC Milan. Again, we won both legs. Wherever you are right now, I know you'd be smiling, and I appreciate your cousin joining with your name again. That's not easy. Again, thank you again, Ty. Thank you.
What did I just miss?
Oh yeah, you missed something there, but we'll talk about it after the show. I want to concentrate. I will lose my cool if I talk about it now. Yeah, it breaks the heart, really. Again, hi everyone in the chat. Hi to you too. Let me see again. Big up. Just let me see what we have here again. He's going to be shattered mentally, man, and that's what I am scared about. I think that this says it all. The fact that he'd be missing the World Cup, I think that will affect him mentally too. Oh my! Now I'm feeling bad for him, really, for reading this comment. That is again unbelievable. The worst news, you could say, for all Chelsea fans. Again, I honestly do not want to talk about it. Like I said, it breaks my heart to even think about it. I was hoping to see him at the World Cup. Because the way it's sounding, but let me just hope. You could say they did not say categorically he will miss the World Cup. You say fear again. There's growing fear. They say, all right, Ty. So they did not say categorically that he's going to miss the World Cup. So to me, again, I'm really not concerned at this point. Ty, something else I really want us to talk about here. Again, is this man? We're hearing that he's open to taking the England job. Is that something you want to see happen? I want that to happen. Honestly, because he do well with them. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I know. I understand how you feel, Ty. That's why I'm avoiding talking about it right now. But I just wanted to say it. Yeah.
Can you come back to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand, Ty. Again, I'll come back to you in a bit. I feel, again, that was how I was when I first heard about it. I didn't know you haven't heard about it. But I know, again, take your time, man. Download it. Unfortunately, yeah, we've lost her. Again, she's gone. He's going to be shouted. Yes, mentally. Yep, that's the truth. But it's not certain. Again, it says there's growing fear that he may well, again, miss the World Cup. What's up with Reece James? Again, he's going to miss the World Cup. Not, again, you can say that's not clearly the case right now, but it says there's growing concern. There's growing concern that he may well miss the World Cup. Again, let me see other updates here. Maybe again, there's more. Reece James's first scan on his knee in Milan this week showed it wasn't serious, and hope as we should be back. Again, let me see. Maybe it's conflicting at this point. Surgery could even be a possibility for Reece James, who was forced to come off during Chelsea's 2-0 win at AC Milan this week, being substituted for Cesar Azpilicueta in the 62nd minute at the San Siro. Let me see if there's anything different here. I think it's still, you could say, still a bit conflicting. It's not certain. People are just saying, again, let me read. The comment again says there is growing fear that Reece James could miss the World Cup. Nothing says, again, certainly he's going to miss the World Cup. Let me see what we have here. And then it was, again, let's hear from the coach first. Again, RJ, journalists might just want clicks. What time is it in the UK? That on his knee, Milan this week, again, showed it wasn't serious. Okay, yeah, I've read that too. This one says, again, it's everywhere at this point. Maybe let's wait. Again, if the press conference haven't started, maybe the most, and what we have to do is wait. Graham Potter, we give us 5 minutes on that. Again, people, if you haven't, take a second to like, stream, and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, let's see. I'm heartbroken right now. Again, Ty, if I knew you haven't learned about that, I wouldn't say it again. I spoke with her cousin. And I told her we're going to host a show on her behalf, and I'm going to make a video on her behalf too. Again, we'll find time to plan it. She deserves it. Supported many Chelsea YouTube channels. Yeah, again, nobody is perfect. I'm not perfect. She isn't perfect. We fight all the time, especially regarding how many months the channel have. But I really don't want to go into it because I want to be myself and still host the show. It's something I'll look into later on. We'll talk. We can talk about it later on, so to speak. Again, here we go. Jump into conclusions from journalists. Yeah, again, I thought maybe that was actually coming from the press conference. Again, if the press conference hasn't happened, then we shouldn't be worrying too much. Let's wait and see. We'll continue waiting. Let's see again. From Adam Newson, one of them, who was again has news on that. Told you guys, Reece James' injury is worse than feared. From also Adam Newson. Let's see who else we have out there. Let's move on from Thomas Tuchel. We can talk about him later. Everything. I'm just looking for news for Reece James on the screen, and I haven't seen anything different. Let me again. I think I should just come to this screen, but what we're seeing out there again, they are conflicting really. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's say yeah, just because it's out there doesn't mean it is true. Yeah, that was why I say it again. And plus, it's conflicting too, and that makes it even not believable at this point. But again, I don't think such story will come out without it having some measure of substance or maybe some atom of truth to it. I will get back to that in a bit. Let me see anything new here. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. I think I will bring up the update window here. Yeah, this is where it says. Okay, I will do this. Yeah, again, from Adam Newson, he says Reece James's injury is worse than feared after scan yesterday. Possibility he will miss the World Cup. Decision and surgery expected in the next 24 hours. Again, if it's a recurring injury, I'd like him again to just go under the knife and correct it, and even return quicker than usual. Again, I don't want a situation where again he comes back. And then again, we're thinking he's fine, and then it happens again. I'm really concerned about that. And this is Adam Newson too. Just give me a second. I'll go back to that window. It goes blank because it's refreshing, trying to as it tries to get the update for me. Again, let's say I will wait and see. Yep. Let me just say this quickly. Limitless. As much as I understand your call for us not to jump to conclusions based on what we're hearing, I think you're a bit in denial, and I am too. That's the reason I'm saying again. I'm not going to believe it. Again, let's see what happens. But is he going to be out for a while? For sure, he's going to be out for a while. But I don't want it to be again a case of what we're hearing that it's looking. Like as if it's worse than suspected. Again, here's why I said it's so conflicting. And this was tweeted today's 14th, a few minutes ago, really, from Simon Phillips. Okay, here's what Simon Phillips, his tweet says. He says, Reece James's first scan on his knee in Milan this week showed it wasn't serious, and hope was he would be back for United. Another scan yesterday in London shows a worse diagnosis after more extensive scan. A bit of an anxious wait now to see an injury. So that's just them jumping on to conclusions based on what they've heard. We'll see what happened. Nightbot, Nightbot is a machine, and I probably know you know that. Yeah, again, I am rude. Yeah, it breaks my heart to two things now. Again, are weighing on me. Thoughts of my friend that came to mind. Again, one of Chelsea's biggest fans ever. But that's why the way, again, I will talk about that. We dedicate the show to her. and I hope to have best of the best on that day to participate. Let's see what we have here. I wanted to see this one here. Adam Newson is worse than feared. Again, Adam Newson is the one saying specifically that the injury is worse than feared. After scans yesterday, possibility he will miss the World Cup. Again, decisions on surgery expected in the next 24 hours. We've read that. I'm just going to wait to see if I get anything from Graham Potter. Again, any new update from him. Nothing. This is just the same. Reece James's scan yesterday showed he sustained knee ligament damage, which is likely to rule him out to between 6 weeks and 8 weeks. So yeah, that's really some bad news there. PJ says Aspie been playing well lately. Here's the thing. Let's be honest. Aspie played well because he rested, because he hadn't played for a while. And then again, so now that it be just him, Ruben Loftus-Cheek Ruben Loftus-Cheek will most likely start playing in that position. If Aspie play again 3 games in a row, you'd see him, his form will drop for sure. Let's see what happens here. Again, I'm gutted. Yeah, I'm gutted. That news breaks the heart. It's not. Again, it's a heartbreaking story overall. I have to say the least. First, Chilwell versus Juve. Now, Reece James versus Milan. I hate Italian clubs. You could say the whole thing. Was it again Ty? In Reece James's case, was it? Did that happen when he landed awkwardly? It was after an awkward landing, right? If you're still there again, or whenever you get the time to speak, I hope you're okay, brother. Again, I went through the same process, but again, take all the time you need. You need to soak it all in and deal with it. Again, even again, have been at the back of my shirt this season. Sorry to hear that. Again, these things do happen, but I'm not sure why it's happening to us all the time. It was after an awkward landing. So to me, I guess like Ty alluded to, maybe it's something he has to deal with again, and not just again go out, wait it out again when the heels comes back again. Maybe it's something he needs to go under the knife for. If that's the case, again, I hope he comes back the same, because it's not 6 weeks in that bad. But again, it just. I fear how the whole thing is going to affect him mentally. Like one of us had already said in the chat, we may well see a situation where, again, mentally, again, he'd struggle to deal with him missing out on the World Cup, and that again, the rest will be very bad for us. So that's why, again, I'm not sure what to say. Really, I feel bad for him. Now I'm wishing Livramento never left us. Well put. But the thing is, he wanted to leave, and again, in such situations when the player has just you can say a year left on their contract and they want to leave, you can't do otherwise. The most you could do is sell them and add a buyback clause on their contract. So again, but Livramento actually isn't close to what Reece James is in terms of competition and all this things. Let me see any update again. I'm going to be looking to see. Hopefully, we'll hear something from Graham Potter. All these things, again, are just conflicting reports out there. Some are saying, again, but they're all saying the same thing in terms of whether he misses the World Cup. At this point, it's just speculations. Nobody's sure, again, at the length of time that he'd be out for and whether he'd miss the World Cup. Let me see anything else. Potter's press conference in 10 minutes. Hopefully, we get more clarification. I think we'll most definitely be more clarification, because he'd be because he'd be well again educated on what's going on. He's a manager, so we'll wait and see. We'll be following the story. Let me see this window here. Just quickly, I need to open my update window even on the screen. Yep. Again, I'm starting to see information again. I honestly do not like that. All right, we'll wait. Again, let's see. Let's follow the whole thing as it happens here, so that whatever update I see, you'd see it too. This is N'Golo Kante has again relapse. We know about that, and nothing strange. Hakim Ziyech. This is I'll be looking at the updates. We'll be going back and forth looking at the updates there. Okay. And sorry guys, I'm gonna move away from this. Let me correct this one. I just close it. Yeah, my internet is really acting about it. I don't know. The new machine probably isn't powerful enough, and it doesn't take. Come back stronger. Coming up shortly. Again, I think Potter is present there now. So let me see if I see any new update. I will click through it and we will talk about it. Again, first, hopefully he'll be back for United game. Now it's out 6 to 8 weeks, which means he most definitely missed the World Cup. And even if he's back in about 3 weeks' time, I don't think he'd be picked for he'd be going to the World Cup with England, because it's a huge risk. I know he's one of the best. Again, Livramento will never be the same player. Again, it looks like his knee injury was very bad. Oh, he has the same issue too. Again, I hope not. Again, for his own sake, but reports are not good. Wow, what is going on? Again, he was saying surgery could be a possibility for Reece James, who was the first to come off during the, again, if a surgery were correct, were correct it one time, and again, it's so that it doesn't reoccur. I think that'd be the better option for the club. Again, we have a new medical team. We'll see what they think. Reece James is first a scan on his knee. Again, we've read that one too. I'd wait for, again, we're looking at the screen. Let's see if we'll see anything new there. Says, is Reece becoming injury prone? Again, the history isn't good. But if it is the same problem, and because he's young, he's always avoided, going under the knife to correct it permanently. We can't say that until he goes under the knife. If he goes under the knife and it happens again, then you can say he's become injury prone. But I don't think he's at this point. I wouldn't say he's become injury prone. Count shows the defender's blow was worse than first. Okay, but I'm waiting to hear what Graham Potter said. As long as you would say, the moment Graham Potter says anything about that, I think we'd see it on the screen here. Again, this is on Thomas Tuchel considers England to have a strong enough group of players to be competitive at major tournaments, and would be. I think that's a way of him telling them he'd take the job if they come for him. Yeah, I am heartbroken. And Ty, again, just let me know when you're fine. When you've soaked it all in. Yeah, it took me a while. I was crying like a baby in front of my wife when I was explaining what happened. That's how, again, because we've become, over time, we became friends, and we fought like siblings too. Yeah, but I don't want to get into that that much. I want to be able to continue hosting the show. Good morning, my Chelsea family. Good morning to you too. I hope you're doing well. Jampot Entertainment, nice to see you here. Thanks for finding the time to join the show. Again, I'm waiting to see if we'd see any other update there. Nothing else at this point. That's about Joe Shield. Again, if you're paying attention, if you hear the news before I even, again, highlight it on the screen, please, do let me know, because chances are you will hear any updates before me, because, again, I'm waiting for it to show up on my program on the screen before anything. Okay. Just 1 second. One second. Oh, yeah, that's not good news at all. It's not good news at all. It's a heartbreaking situation. The Scans, Reece James, subsequent results have now raised the prospect of Reece James missing the next few. Oof! Oh no! Come on, please, come on. And that's 10 seconds ago. But I want to hear something from Graham Potter himself. I just don't want to base it from what the journalist. I think you could argue they're just speculating. Okay, let me see now again. Big problem for Reece is his size. Again, he carries a lot of muscle and bulk, and probably again affects him on his knee. But you could argue again. What about again? What's his name? The Wolves player, Traore. He's huge too. Maybe again. I don't know. Maybe needs again. Reece needs a higher. Again, a specialist. This says a very concerning news. Reece James could follow N'Golo Kante with a long spell on the sidelines, missing the World Cup as well as at Chelsea's upcoming games. Oof. Oh my gosh, this is concerning. Again, let's see what else we have here. Again, James ruptured knee ligaments. It looks like he will be out for a while, and I'm concerned. The same concern I heard when Chilwell. Again, his case, again, long-term injuries, usually, again, it can affect players mentally and otherwise, but I know, again, Reece will come back stronger. I believe strongly he will. Reece has slimmed down significantly since 1920, and I wouldn't argue, actually, that the cost, again, it has anything to do with this size. I have to say that, again, I'm looking at the update screen. If anybody has had anything, again, from Graham Potter, please do let us know. Again, I really didn't want him to start the second leg with Milan. And did he start? Oh, yeah, he started. Yeah, he started. Yeah, that was when it happened. He didn't start against. He didn't start against Wolves and came in for Cesar Azpilicueta. Or who did he change? Not Cesar Azpilicueta. I'm confused now because of how I'm feeling. I wish he stayed on the bench that day, man. Again, I just can't remember how everything happened right now. But yeah, I'm concerned, really. Yes, again, I'm talking. Yeah, but Liam Lee, here's the argument. We have bigger players, players so bigger than him. Maybe again, there's something he needs to change for that not his size not to be an issue for him. Who are the Chelsea's right back? Again, yeah, you're here to laugh at us. Again, we're able to deploy a hybrid approach in the sense Ruben Loftus-Cheek can play there, and that's something. That. Graham Potter, he's shown he likes to do that. He deploys wingers in the right back position. I think the only thing that you can say the only thing that'll be different is that again that may well affect the structure of our team, the formation that Graham Potter likes to play. Again, I don't think again. Yes, we'll miss Reece, but I think again we'll find other ways to play to accommodate somebody like Ruben Loftus-Cheek in that position, which is a hybrid approach, which he's shown he's capable of playing. He does quite well there too. But is he going to be able to fulfill it as good as Reece James? No, but he fulfills that role differently and enjoyable to watch whenever he plays there. Again, Scans, again, I haven't seen anything saying specifically that Graham Potter has talked about it. If you're following the press conference, please, again, do let us know if you've heard anything. Again, it says, let me say again, anything new? That's 28 seconds ago, but I'm still not seeing anything new. Maybe I have to refresh my update page to see if I see anything there. King A, he came on a second half again because I asked me how do you look at. Okay. Oh my goodness, I don't want that to happen again. It was a horrible period for us when he got injured, but the good thing is the Graham Potter, again, he deploys a hybrid approach too. Let us know, have you seen any updates? Yes, I haven't seen any. Graham Potter, I think the press conference have started. Maybe he hasn't answered that question. I haven't seen any update that, that's exactly what we're looking for. But I'll wait. As you're watching, if you see any updates, again, please do let us know. Oh, yeah. Let me reach out to my brother Ty and see how he's doing. I know he can. I know how that feels. Okay, Scans again. These are okay. 5 minutes ago, subsequent results of surgery Could even be a possibility. I want something to say. This is what Graham Potter said. So I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything like that. 36 minutes ago. So no fresh updates yet. But I'll wait. Yeah, concerning for us right now. Let me see. All right, let me see. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Ty, let me know you're okay, please. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Again, there's something new here. Okay, Graham Potter is now set to speak with Reece James and N'Golo Kante, top of the agenda. Please let's hear him speak. That's what we're seeing on the screen. I'm following the development on my update screen. Ty, I understand how you feel. I couldn't hold myself in front of my wife. Even when the show started, I thought maybe because I cried my heart out again when I told my wife the story and when I spoke with a cousin. Yeah, but when the show starts, I tried to hold myself, but I couldn't. Yeah, again, it's a heartbreaking situation. King A recently started the game and came off in the 66th minute of RSP. Okay, to go in. Yeah, again, yeah. Let's say we're waiting for updates, waiting for updates. Yeah. Okay. Chelsea midfielder. I think that's an update from Graham Potter. Actually, let me see. Or maybe I should open all the updates in another window so we can look at it. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Xavi. Again, my brother declared here says again, we really need to invest for a player that can keep up with our performances. Injury hit way harder this season than ever before. Graham Potter Reece James is due to see a specialist over the weekend. Until we get that information, there's no too much. So now again, a bit of hope after again from that comment, that Graham Potter's comment. So now we can categorically say, okay, he's going to be out for 8 weeks now. But from what Graham Potter said, Potter James is due again. I can add again, it would be a speculation. Yeah. So he's not saying he will be he will be out for the length of time that will be that's being thrown around out there. Maybe he's just being cautious. Maybe he's hurt also. Maybe they're just trying to confirm, because you have to say sometimes you need subsequent tests and see again. Put two and two together to come to a conclusion. Again, scans on Reece James' knee. This is just 4 minutes ago. I want the one from Graham Potter himself. So there's hope given again what we've read so far. Let me see what else we have here. Yeah, it's not easy to tie. Again, I know she herself told me how much she loved the Chelsea perspective. But it even more brought me to tears the way her cousin talked about how much she loved my channel. She loved Chelsea perspective. That broke my heart even more. I couldn't hold myself. She was in the chat. The cousin was also in the chat telling us to calm down. That she wouldn't want us to shed tears for her. And even before she passed, she asked people again, just drink up and move on. But it's not that easy because hate or love her, again, you get to love her if you get to know who she is. She's not perfect. I'm not perfect either. And like I said, we got too close that we start fighting like like siblings. With love again, everybody. Fahim loved her. I know you love her. Again, a lot of people. Again, should be there. Just we all loved her too. Again, but yeah, again, I don't want to talk about it too much because I want to be able to finish this show. I have to be honest. Reece James needs to come to Jamaica. Let me give him a superior portion of for injuries like those. No jokes. I understand what you mean, but yeah, again, they're not going to do that. You could argue. Let me say, do I have any updates here? Let me check. again, I want specifics from Graham Potter. I don't want, yeah, let me see anything else. Oh, gosh, it is concerning, really. I'm waiting for any more updates, important updates. Again, N'Golo Kante, yeah, has a relapse. We're aware of that. Again, and we've read that too. Maybe I need to open my update window also on the right-hand side. So if I get anything I'd like us to talk about, I'll click through it, and we'll talk about it in detail. I don't want to read the Barcelona story. If I have to say anything, I think Xavi will end up losing that job. It's not tactically sound to handle that that team. That's how I see it. Let's see. Graham Potter, we've had to use again the group as wisely as possible. I've been really impressed. A few and again. Okay, I don't think we're at the maximum where the team is at more. Yep. Okay, that's not about Reece. Again, Graham Potter on Edward Mendy. Yeah, I need to be opening those things so we can read it. So let me do it in this window. So once the press conference is done, we can take a look at things he said and try to analyze it. Yeah, open it in the same window there, please. Gosh, what's going on here? Let me do this. I need to copy this link, probably. Yeah, I need to copy this link, so I'll open everything. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, absolute. Can you share it with me, please? So I'll look at it. Yeah, just one question here. Okay, Graham put on reasons he will see. Okay, he will see a specialist. Let's see. Just give me 1 second. And I want to make sure I understand. I have again the Street Beers family is okay with us making again hosting the show on our behalf or making a video on our behalf. Again, let me see. Open some of those update windows so we can look at it. Again, Reece James is for scan. I'm trying to see Absolute Chelsea. Maybe I need to open Twitter. I'll go to Absolute Chelsea. What they're saying. But I want something from Graham Potter himself. Congratulations. Okay, that's nothing new there. So, but for me, even this Vince's tweet is enough, saying according to Graham Potter, he needs to see a specialist first for Absolute Chelsea. Let me see what they're saying there. It's not again, Graham Potter. It's not straightforward. Again, this job again. Let me see. Graham Potter on managing Chelsea, Graham Potter on Eduardo Mendy. I think I need to look at that one too. Let me see. Again, if you're joining, if you haven't, take a second to like the video and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, we'll be opening a lot of windows here. So I'm trying to get them all open so we can look at them. Oh, Ty, were you saying something? Okay. It's a setback. Again, it's not good news. Let me open this one so we can actually look at it. I'm not sure. It's going to open anyway. It will go back, but it will open. So we'll look at it in the same window. I don't want to be going back and forth. What do we have here? Jumbots Entertainment says, again, I have a very slow window because I have my update window open in 2 places. Again, in 1 month, again, he would be 1. And it strengthens, again, the knee and back also. It's also good for all your joints. I don't think the club would go to any traditional remedies. Must be smiling right now. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Again, Zakaria's time to show what you can do. Did Grandpa to say anything about him? I really want to know. Sent you again, all the injury news. Okay, I will open them in a bit. Again, here for N'Golo Kante's case, here it says it's a setback. It's not good news. Graham Potter worried for N'Golo Kante's situation's new injury. Again, he's due to see a consultant at the weekend. It's not positive. I cannot give you any more. That's really concerning coming from Graham Potter. Ty, anything else you want to say? Let me see again what is there is to read here. Again, if you're watching, if you haven't, please do take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I'm going to try to open some of the updates we have here, so we'll look at it together. And if you have any updates yourself, again, whoa, really concerning. So let me open quite a lot of them. This is one. Yep, that's one. I'm going to open another one here. I hope my screen don't freeze. A lot of stuff open here. It's not looking good. Ty, if you want to speak anytime, feel free.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a second. I want to say something, but I have to relocate.
Yeah, go ahead. Just 1 second. I'm trying to open more of the updates we have on the screen here.
Yeah. Essentially the time period that I was saying, it seems as if that well, that's the hope right now, because I saw the little update a while ago on Twitter, because I haven't seen the press conference and what Graham Potter said about the injury, but I did see that they said he had a damage to his knee ligament, which means that he probably be out for 6 to 8 weeks, and surgery probably push that up a bit. But I mean, we'll have to find an alternative, which is why I said 2 months. Essentially, it depends on how the surgery goes and what the surgery is. But I mean, I think the best thing, like I said, is for him to do surgery, because it's the same problem, and Jam Sports said it as well. He had this similar injury last season as well, and before it becomes
so it's reoccurring.
Yeah, which it's not a case where you can't wait any longer and hope it goes away. It has to be rectified, and the only way to rectify it at the moment, unless some magical thing happens, is him doing surgery. So, I mean, although it affects us, we have to think about the player, and the best decision is that he takes the surgery, and we have to find an alternative, find a solution in his absence, and hopefully, we're able to at least still have some effectiveness on that right side. But I mean, Potter will look at this, and I mean, he's a problem solver. He finds solutions. So we'll have to see how he does. And I mean, and what the ending result of this is in terms of how he finds a solution. It'll just highlight to us how good he is at problem solving, and if he'll be able to find a competent solution for what this could mean in terms of the quality or the competition or what we can have on that right side. It's unfortunate, but I mean, it's best that he takes the surgery, and hopefully it's not as bad as the Chilwell situation, and hopefully it doesn't get to the point where we end up not seeing him become a shadow of himself. I'm hoping it is like that, because normally, like I said, this is normally what happens in terms of picking up these serious injuries. It really takes a toll on your body mentally and physically.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure what to really say. It's heartbreaking anyway. Again, to say the least. Actually, there's something interesting from Declared in the chat, and I'll look at it in a bit. Just give me a second. It says again. What do you say here? Give me a second. My screen is freezing because I have a lot of stuff open that I want us to look at. Again, Graham Potter, Dean again. Oh my gosh, I can't even move my cursor. Give get video about Broya Ty again. And nice to have you back again. Let's see what we have here again. Graham Potter then say that Reece James again is. Didn't say again. Okay, Reece James in his press conference. Let me see. I'm not sure I understand that. Like, Reece James has been the problem solver. You must again. I think that's simply the truth. Again, let me see what else we have here. I need to be working at Chelsea so that again to help them with foresight. Last season it was the same way. Again, he was brilliant at the start of the season, and here comes again Mr. Injury to spoil the season. You could say that's the case. Let me say this again, declared. That's one too many. Yeah, let me see. Okay, what else do we have here? Let's get into it. Look at them one by one. With the specifics, just give me a second right there. Graham Potter on Reece James, again, he's due to see a specialist over the weekend. Until we get that information, there's not too much I can add. We will wait and see. So again, I think the club wants to confirm if really he's going to be out for that length of time. Because when something serious like this happens, usually you get differences of opinion from one doctor or the other specialist put two and two. Again, that's when you can say if results repeat, that's when you can say again it's conclusive. Yeah, he's going to be out for a certain length of time. So there's no telling at this point how long he'd be out. But that's, by the way, again, here we have a Graham Potter on Wesley Fofana. I don't think we will see him before the World Cup. Woof. Which means, again, him, you can say, clearly he's going to be, again, out of the World Cup for sure. Just give me a second there. Let me take care of some stuff before I come back to the screen again. Okay, just one sec. I think that's fine. Right now, this is Graham Potter. I don't think he will be out. Okay, we'll see him before World Cup, like he said already there. And here we have, again, Graham Potter on N'Golo Kante. He's due to see a consultant at the weekend. You can say the same story or the same situation as the case of Reece James at the weekend. Again, it's a setback. It's not good news. I cannot give you anymore. Okay, he's not. You can say he's not forthcoming anyway. But it's understood. Yeah, this one I think this is something we've read before that Ankit retweeted. Yeah, again, in terms of Reece James, as much as I'm concerned, yeah, I'm concerned about him being out again for a while and possibly missing the World Cup. I'm concerned about that, but I know, again, we should be able to go on to do well in his absence, given that Graham Potter, he also, again, employs that approach, the hybrid approach of playing wingers in the right wing back position. So, again, I'm not really concerned that much again, but I feel bad. I'm heartbroken at the fact that we're going to be without him for a while. But like you said before, Ty, this highlights the mistake we made in the summer, not signing another good right wing back player. Anything else, again, if you're in the chat, anything else, again, that stood out for you? Because I'm sure the presser by now has ended. Anything else that stood out for you that you want us to talk about? I'm having serious issue with my connection still. I'd have to buy another Wi-Fi booster because the old one is not working with my new system. But that's, by the way, again, if you have anything else you want us to talk about, you can put it in the chat and we will talk about it. Again, if you're watching and you haven't, take a second to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let me see what Wally will do again. Okay. I mean, what Ty was talking about right now. Oh, okay. Wally Waldo says England's main right back now is a Trippier again. Yeah. And Walker. RJ and TAA Trent Alexander-Arnold are all injured. Two of the best are all injured, but Walker isn't bad. As much as I think he's seemed like his dropped form of late, I still think he's good enough. What's his name? The guy that played for Atletico Madrid before. Trippier isn't a bad option either. Again, England, you could say they're blessed in that area. Plus, I think there may be other players that can help them fulfill that role that actually hasn't come to mind at this point. We need another player in January now, again, but we also need a rotational player for Reece James. That's important. That's important again. But Ty, let me ask you this. I think, don't you think that the approach of deploying a winger in that position, or even Ruben Loftus-Cheek, don't you think that would suffice while we wait for him to return, or maybe while we wait for us to get a chance to sign another specialist? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean it's possible, and I mean Potter will see what Tuchel was doing, especially with Loftus-Cheek playing as that right wing back occasionally, and not only that, it still allows him to be able, because I mean, especially if you look at the way that Potter has been utilizing James, not only has he been further forward, he's also been making up a three-man midfield as well. So not only do you see Mo dropping deep, you'd also see James coming in from wide and coming centrally as well to support the midfield. So I mean, it would make complete sense if you play off the sheet there as well, because it still allow you to have that three-man midfield and that support for the midfield, and so you don't get outnumbered in terms of teams that play with three man midfield. So I guess in a sense it still would make sense, and which is why I said it's not really much of a crisis per se, because we do have a manager that has seen the fact that he's had a situation where his right wing back hasn't really been fit, especially if you look at Tariq Lamptey, who has injury problems as well at Brighton. So I guess in a sense he's had to find alternatives, and Loftus-Cheek is a player that has done well there. And I mean, the system is completely different from Tuchel, and we've seen what Potter has done in terms of utilizing James. So it would make much sense, and you can also use our wingers there as well. And I think it would still allow you to still have less predictability, and it does allow you to have freedom, and it still makes you have a lot of players occupying the box. So if falls to anybody, you can still score goals. So it's not really a crisis. It's just that to be without James, that's the unfortunate part, and him being injured, and that's it. It's not a case where we're in a huge turmoil where the season is over for us, as people would say. I don't think it's gotten that far. It's just that we're losing quality in terms of seeing James play. I think we have alternatives, and we have solutions that can be made, and we can rectify that problem.
Yeah. Again, Ty, thank you for that. Again, even though I know you are, again, not in the right state of mind, but you're still able to hold yourself or to still contribute to the stream. I haven't recovered, but I'm still in denial somewhat. But I will try to move on because she demanded that of us, according to her cousin. But that's, by the way, again, I'm going to come to Roger. Roger, how are you doing, brother? I hope you're well.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Fine. Thank you. Roger, I'm going to start by asking you, again, it gets better for your team. Your thoughts on the Reece James situation and what we're hearing, because I don't think you can say probably Potter, he by now knows that he's not going to be available for a while. Probably still, but he's not forthcoming, really. Again, I think he phrased his responses cautiously. But what do you think about the situation?
So I apologize, gentlemen. I didn't watch any of the live press conference, the presser. So I actually don't know what's transpired. So
what's been said is that there is increasing fear that Reece James may not make it to the World Cup. Yeah.
If you're an England and Chelsea fan, this is not good news, to say the least. I mean, I think he's a world-class player. I believe he's very close to it. I don't think that's an exaggeration. I think he possesses great defensive and forward skills that, look at Trent Alexander. He's amazing going forward, but he lacks a defensive skill set. Where you look at James, he possesses both. I mean, yes, England has been blessed with a lot of depth in that particular position. I really rate Kyle Walker highly. I mean, Listen, Man City wouldn't have bought him either if they didn't think so. He's a quality player, but Reece, he's a that that hyperextension. You know, they overplayed it on TV quite a bit, and the fact that he continued for just a few minutes afterwards, I'm hoping that didn't cause more damage. But so, what's the prognosis? Do you think it requires surgery, or is it too speculative?
No, we're just suggesting, given that I think from what we're hearing, it seems to be, it looks like it's the same injury that's repeating, so to correct it permanently and not just, have it heal, come back again, and then play a few games and be real cost.
This isn't a career-threatening injury, is it? It's just
not really. Again, it's just a long-term injury. If it's an crucial ligament, that's what they said. And I think he may need surgery to repair it.
Oh. Did they illustrate what is it? The meniscus, or is it like a ligament? I don't know. I haven't heard what the actual specifics are.
No, there's no. Potter didn't. Like I said, Potter wasn't forthcoming. They asked him the question, but he wasn't forthcoming. He just said he will undergo subsequent scans. He'll see a specialist to confirm. That's all he has to say at this point. But the reports were out there by some journalists like Adam Newson saying, he's practically, saying the fear is, again, that he may well not go to World Cup. He'll be out for up to 6 to 8 weeks or so. That's what we're hearing.
Has he had a scan?
Beyond that? Yeah,
Coach?
Go ahead.
Sorry, has he actually had a scan yet, or no?
He's had twice, one in Milan, one yesterday, but they want one more.
Okay.
In such situation, usually you need you need to do multiple scans to be sure.
Sure. I'll be honest with you. The fact that he's had at least one within 48 hours or so bodes well, because usually when they wait more than a couple of days, that means the swelling is severe, that the scan is useless. So that's good news. So at least
indeed.
So at least it's not season ending. I'm still disappointed, and I feel really bad for him. As a person, it's hard. It's really hard. I couldn't imagine playing at that level. When your career's on the rise and you put in so much hard effort all your life, and you're struck by another injury. That's brutal. I mean, because your body is your office, basically, your temple. So this doesn't bode well. We need depth. I mean, Aspie as a player, what he's provided for us. He's been, and I don't really like this saying, but he's been a great servant for the club. I really like him as an individual and as a player, but his legs are going. Father time catches up. So we do need to address that position now. It's quite obvious.
Yeah. Again, you could say again. I am not collected right now for some reason, because at the same time I'm talking with somebody again. I'm gonna try to hold myself. But Roger, let me ask you this: how do we deal with this absence? What are the solution we have? I'm guessing the first thing we talked about is your boy Ruben Loftus-Cheek will most likely start playing in that position.
Yeah, he's.
But I enjoy. As much as I enjoy watching him there, you could argue he's more effective on the flanks because he likes to hug the flanks more often.
Most definitely, it's not his chosen position, but due to his credit, I'm talking about Ruben. He has so much versatility. He's an amazing athlete, and he obviously has football intelligence to be able to play. I know he's, 26 or so? To play in so many various positions, that's impressive. But yeah, this is not his chosen position. You believe it's a number 10 out wide, or a very
I think
again,
his best position is the 8th position. He can. I think he has the attributes to be able to fulfill the number 10 role.
Yes, 8 or 10. This is his, preferable position by far. I totally agree with you. But he did very well. He did nobly well at right back when he was covering. I thought he's He has ball skills. He's physically imposing. He's actually quite a bloody good tackler. I rate him very highly. So, but I would like to see him in other positions. But who else or what else? I don't think we can put Chalobah there. Aspie, yes, but he can't play every game there. His legs, he can play, let's say, 90 minutes a week and maybe 30 minutes in another game a week tops. It's not good for him. He'll tire when you're at that age, and it's a very demanding position. That position on the field, right and left back. These are the most 20, 30 years ago. No, it wasn't. You barely passed the halfway line. Now you run up and down. It's ridiculous. So that we need to address it in, I believe, the January transfer window. I think the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, again, we need to address it as much as, it's not going to be so much of a problem for us, but we will miss him. Graham Potter likes deploying wingers in that position, so that's a quick fix. But we'll move on from that. I want to hear from you, and I know for sure you want that to happen. Even though I know, you love, what's the current Southgate so much. Have you heard the news swearing that Thomas Tuchel again considers the England job? Again, you can say, if you read what's out there, you can say he's open to taking that job if it's offered to him. Would you like to see that happen, really?
Personally, I have mixed emotions. I know my English grandfather is spinning in his grave if I have a German managing the national English team.
Okay.
Wow. Listen, I rate him exceptionally highly as a person and as a coach. That. I didn't want him to go at all. And I've been saying this, as a Chelsea fan, you want England to do well in the World Cup to the point that he isn't dismissed. Southgate isn't dismissed, because I think they will come after a Potter. Like, can you imagine if Potter wins all his games, or at least wins all but one and draws another one up to the World Cup, and then Southgate does poorly, doesn't get out of the group stage, which can happen. But boy, he's gone, and I think Potter is a hot commodity. Well, whether he would accept that, I don't know. But would I like TT? Yes. Forget about the nationality. I think he'd do wonders. I think when you look at this quote unquote second golden generation, I think we have depth. The England squad is quite deep. Injuries aside, I'm talking about. It's a talented group of individuals. It's the best that I've seen since in the last 20 years or so. All bias aside, I'm being serious. It's got so much talent, and we have a very pragmatic coach. And this is a cup competition where anything can happen. Will Tuchel be less pragmatic? I think so. He may bore us to death with passing back. We may find it.
Yes, then here's why I wouldn't actually judge Thomas Tuchel so much.
In what regard?
Again, at first we weren't that boring, but
we weren't.
Yeah, exactly. So something changed, and he wanted a wholesome change, and that didn't happen. And I think he snapped. I think he'd do a good job. I think he'd do a good job for England. Go ahead.
But coach, if I'm a neutral fan and I'm watching Chelsea play, I'm not sure if I would find us that entertaining. I hear that we're not, that we're quite laborious, boring, etc., mundane. But, I'm nervous, and because I bleed blue, doesn't matter if we had 11 Jorginhos passing back every minute. I would still be excited because I'm biased, because I love watching Chelsea play. So but as a neutral, we're not the most exciting, but I don't think we're that bad either, as other pundits or, quote unquote experts will say. I don't agree with them to that extent, but I don't think we're that exciting either, or had been, I should say. But but consider when you go to Mourinho, who parked the bus, but would always invariably get a 1-0 victory, after scoring one goal. He was the expert at it. Let's be honest. How many times did we win 1-0? Constantly. Yeah, and you know what? I didn't mind at all. Call me a hypocrite. I'm being honest with you. I'd rather play, let's say, not so pretty on the eye and win 1-0 than have an exciting game and lose 3-2 each week.
Yeah,
So,
we define that aspect.
well, yeah, exactly. But I'd rather see Chelsea win because, when I'm 90, sitting on my porch, smoking a pipe, I'd like to see how many trophies we've won. Just being an idiot.
And I'm surprised. Did anybody, if you watch the press conference, any update on Denis Zakaria? I want to know if he was asked anything on that.
Oh, good question.
Again, for Fofana, he says, I don't think we'd see him before the World Cup. Yeah, that's dangerous. Fact, Waldo, again, because we could have played him against the smaller teams. Against Saudi, again, said it since last season, we should have kept Livramento. Here's the thing, we have to be truthful here. We wanted to keep Livramento. He was bent on leaving, and you can't force him to leave. He had just 1 year left on his contract, or at most 2. And the most the club could have, again, at that point, was to let him go and add a buyback clause. We have a buyback clause, right? So now, again, it's a risk. If you force him to stay, he'd stay and leave on a free. And you'd only get him to put pen to paper for a new contract only if he gets game time enough that he feels like, well, you know what, I'm going to be playing enough. But that was never going to happen. And he saw that, and he was aware of Reece James's emergence then. He wanted to leave. So it was a good decision for him and a good decision for the club to have let him go and add a buyback clause. You don't want to lose him on a free. We've lost a few players on a free where we're being stubborn, thinking we still get them to put pen to paper. So most of them, same thing as, again, what's his name? Mark Guehi, he wanted to leave. Same thing as Tariq Lamptey, he wanted to leave, and he had just a year left on his contract. So
is he back?
We should pay attention to those factors before we started asking questions on why the club let them go. Sorry, you were saying something.
I was saying if he's back.
Who's back?
I'm asking if Tino Livramento is back, because I remember he had an injury.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think he is. Didn't we see, again, Southampton, did I watch their last game? I don't think I watched their last game. I'm not sure if he's back. But somebody in the chat said something similar to, again, that he's not, he doesn't look the same again. But I don't want to get into that argument. Here we have, again, facts, again, Waldo, again, we've read that one. And Ty also on the panel and in the chat. I get your point, Wally Waldo, but Livramento said it himself that he wanted the opportunity to be first. Again, exactly the same thing. At the club and not rotation. He's made the choice to leave, and we offered him a contract. Yeah, it wasn't like we didn't offer him a contract. We wanted to keep him. Tariq Lamptey also. We went to the length of Frank Lampard starting in a game that we didn't expect him to start, but yet that wasn't enough to convince him to stay. He had to leave too. So again, we have a buyback on Tino Livramento as well. Yeah, I recognize that. So sometimes that's the better option. And if you have a buyback clause and let them go permanently, then the buying club will see the player as their own, and they have the responsibility to develop the player, knowing if the player matures well and start doing well, they'd send him back to the club where they bought him from. If the club want him back at a much higher fee and make some profit from it. I actually hate players going on loan, because clubs they're not obliged to develop the player. That's why you always say, you hear clubs say, you know what, we'll call him back if he's not getting time. Because clubs, they have to prioritize developing their own player, except if they have an option to buy. Maybe that's when they try to see if it's going to work. Tomori's no buyback option.
I know why. That's the question.
Yeah, he left again on a bad note. His relationship with Frank Lampard went down south. I think Frank himself didn't handle it well. But he didn't leave permanently under Frank. Under Frank first, he was on loan. But again, under Tuchel, he left on a permanent. But I think it wasn't a bad idea from him. Had he stayed under Thomas Tuchel, he would have found game times wouldn't come easy for him.
I agree.
So again, a good decision for him. Sometimes let's just not be selfish. We can't keep him all, but And also, let's start paying attention to whether the player wanted to leave or not, and the club wanted to keep him. Fofana out until after World Cup. That's
Really?
another blow. N'Golo Kante too probably could miss the World Cup, but N'Golo Kante, I see, if he recovered even 30%, France would take him to the World Cup.
Yeah.
That's how important he is to them. Now that TT is head coach of England, no, he's not. I know who's my World Cup team. Goodbye. I think he's.
That's funny.
I think he knows he can jump on, knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew I was going to read it. That's how everybody gets me. They know why I have to read it, and they just put it out there. But the most creative, I think, it's Mikhail and who. They started as something I'd enjoy reading, and I even said, this is delicious until I get to the middle of the whole thing. Nothing on Zakaria, and that's not a good sign. That to me means probably I don't think Graham Potter values him, but I can only speculate. I wouldn't be surprised if I see him start a game soon, because the games are coming in thick and fast. But that's, by the way, again, here we have bringing back Livramento would be a huge gamble with his knee. Oh, you were the one that talked about it too. And he doesn't, again, has he played? If he's returned, let me know if he's played and how he looks after his return. Again, I don't know why long-term injuries. I think what makes it difficult for players to recover fully is just the mental aspect of the whole thing isn't easy to recover from. It's not like they forget how to play football. Let him go. Yeah, I think so. Again, I love Kante, but he did his part. Your cousin would argue otherwise. To be honest, yes. Again, this is somewhat consoling, but at the same time heartbreaking. To see the name, to always remember Trippier is consoling, but at the same time heartbreaking. For the next 10 years, I understand. Again, let's make a new Chelsea for the next 10 years. I think that's what the new owners are planning. Just Viola, you're magnificent. Except for languages. If anybody didn't know what has happened, they think we still have her there in the chart. But that's why the way we'll move on from it. Love strong people. Again, the same here. I should love this place. I can understand why. Again, we love that too. I implore Chelsea, less Dundee United, but guess in a sense, I understand she loves Dundee too. My auntie would say, don't start a fight. Kante injured again. Yeah. Relapse maybe. Aggravated. I'm not sure. I think relapse. Get a Walker Peters. Ty, I know Ty likes that player. But you, Roger, what do you think about Kyle Walker Peters?
Yeah, I don't think he's Chelsea quality. I think he's a good player. I don't rate him that highly, be honest with you. I've seen him a few times. I think he had a few cameo appearances for England. He plays for Southampton, correct?
Yeah.
He's okay. I would not want him at Chelsea, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ty, I know you like. Do you? Let me know what you again. But you're the one you talked about him. But I don't want to jump to the conclusion that you like him. I think most people were quick to jump to Chelsea should get him because of that brilliant goal he scored. Was it against Manchester City? And people don't know, subconsciously they just start liking a player just for one performance, one good game without knowing it. But go ahead, you were saying something, Roger.
Yeah, so I want to say something about Kante very quickly. Before the season started, he couldn't go to the tour in America, if you recall. And I was thinking, that's great. He's going to stay home. He's going to be fully rested, and he's going to be ready to go. And I think he's going to have an injury-free season. This is my logic.
So you're talking about this bro or who?
Yes, the one and only.
Oh,
Kante,
okay.
you know, and I'm thinking this is going to be an actual blessing in disguise, the fact that he can't tour and be overexerted and traveling. It's quite a long haul, you know. So I was thinking he's going to have a great pre-season. He's going to recuperate, be fully rested, and maybe it'll be a little bit after a couple of games to get him match fit per se. And you know what? The fact that he's injured, then re-injured, this is really beginning to bother me because he was fully rested since the end of last season, and I'm actually quite dismayed. I still think we should offer him a contract, a 2+1, but the fact that I don't know. It's once you pull a hammy, or is it a torn? Maybe it's torn. I don't know. But once you pull a hammy, you're more susceptible to having the same injury time after time. I worked with someone in Silicon Valley that had a bad hammy, and this transpired to him often. He said, once you pull it, that's it.
Yeah. Again, thank you very much for that. Again, he has not been back yet, and probably not until next year. So that's not a good sign. I hope he comes back the same. Again, let me see. Again, I love my channel again as well. Yep. Every Chelsea channel, as long as you talk Chelsea, as long as you don't diss Chelsea. I like him or not, Potter has to give Dennis a chance to play now, because as we are, Ruben cannot start every game in Reece James' position because Ruben, he doesn't have a good injury also. No, again, that's not gonna be the reason why again Zakaria gets a chance to start, even if that's if he gets a chance to start. Lolo, how are you doing? Did I skip Lolo's comments by any chance? Oh, yeah, Kante agent again. Lolo, how are you? I hope you're well. Thank you for finding the time to join us again. Again, hi, Lolo. Great game on Wednesday night, but results not good for you. Yeah, great to watch by neutrals, but not really for Lolo. Again, just Viola anytime. Titux was, again, he shared it with you. She had so many, that's the truth. Again, hi, Liam. Yeah, same a horrible defense as last year's. Again, we have Rojo, Christensen, and Kunde injured, and that's really not good. And Lolo, let me know what you think about Xavi's tactical ability. I don't trust him tactically, I have to be honest. Most of his night, but again, we'll try to program it so it doesn't, I'm seeing something that's making me laugh so that it doesn't bother people that much. Okies, check it out, Lovo. Thank you so much for checking out our Talks YouTube channel. I think since Ribia's account, so probably already subscribed to your channel. We put PK, Alonso, and Roberto, almost retired players. Again, that's the truth. Again, now love, again, brave people. Oh, thank you so much. More importantly, again, as much as, yeah, this is good. Again, I hope I get used to it, but it will always make me remember my good friend. So thank you. I think we have to let Kante's name go, sadly. We have to. We'll have to let Kante go, sadly. Again, coach, we may have to change Kante's name to Kant. I love you so much.
Oh, ouch.
I'm not going to do that. You're a bad man, man. I have to.
Ouch,
tell you that.
Ouch.
Oh my, yeah, ouch indeed. You're a bad man.
That's funny though. That's brilliant.
That's this customer again creative, but I'm not incredibly creative. I'm not gonna do that anyway. Yeah, but that's by the way. Let's see anything else. Yep, again, yes, Justine, thank you very much for checking it out. It says again, how many channels did she support? A lot. Tons of them.
More than you can count.
Yeah, a lot of them. As long as you talk Chelsea, she comes around. And again, a lot of, plus monetary connections. At one point, I asked her, again, you have access to her account. You see me telling her to please stop donating or something. I think I said it publicly in chat. I may have told her the same privately. She said no, because she wants to. And you don't tell her what to do. That's who she is. Again, a good memories overall. But I'm going to try to not talk too much because I want to be able to host the show. So, but that's, by the way, let me see the poll again that I put up, what the poll says. It says, again, it's N'Golo Kante injury prone, 76% thinks so, 24% says no. I think we can find a solution, find a way to manage him, to get him to stay fit and play, again, more often, than he hasn't in the past. Please remember to subscribe and like, again, Jampot's YouTube channel. Guys, again, he recently uploaded a new video, and I have to be honest with you, I haven't checked any of your videos, but I will do so when I get a chance. So thank you. I think, we don't have so much to talk about now, except if you're in the chat and you have questions, shoot it and we will try to address it. Let me see. I think, Roger, please, let's talk about, again, the collab we discussed. We should knock it out as soon as possible because the World Cup is coming close. Many channels, not only, many again, but mainly channels that support, that talk Chelsea. She liked owning AFTV similarly was timed out too many times and probably blocked maybe because Banta is her thing too. Every again, I remember that Banta is a thing. Everyone, please remember to like and share the stream. Again, help make our community even greater. That's the aim. Again, we grow together. It says yes. Again, we went on the football terrace. If I'm not wrong, she went on there. Usually when he talks at Chelsea, but Terry usually mixes up the topic, Chelsea and all the clubs. But she was a mod there too. Football terrace used her, but she was willing. But he treated her. Again, she was in and out there. I think I know the story to that. Back to you, Ty. Your thoughts on everything we talked about. Okay, if we don't have Ty, Roger, how about you? Your thoughts on everything that we talked about, so we can again call it a day.
Yeah, sorry, I joined the show late, so I haven't listened, so I apologize. I want to mention a couple of things. I really like Ty's channel. It's an excellent. I've yet to watch the new video that was uploaded yesterday. So, but I really like the way he breaks down a player individually statistically. It's very insightful. So I thank him for that. The other thing is, has anyone seen on YouTube the channel Chelsea where it has Jorginho and Koulibaly sitting together on a couch for like 10 minutes playing FIFA 23? It's hysterical.
No, I haven't. Is it interesting?
It's very, and it shows the insight. You can tell that they have a really strong relationship. They're good buddies. It's humorous. It's a great insight. I really recommend people watch it. I think it's on Chelsea FC, the official channel. It's a very good 10 minutes. And then I read something, but on I think the BBC Sports, where one of the journalists was saying that it was leaked that Jorginho wants to stay. I'm not sure how valid that is, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does because he's really close with Koulibaly. It's a good insight to their relationship. You can tell they're very tight. Yeah. So
come on, people. Tytux has shared the link to his YouTube channel. Again, that wasn't me preaching about Tytux YouTube channel. It was Pastor Roger himself.
Exactly. Pastor Roger.
He's been there, and again, he can attest to the quality of content that Ty produces. Please go check out Tytux YouTube channel. And
very insightful.
Very insightful, yep. And he knows his onions. That language, I hate to use it, but sometimes it's very funny. Check out Ty's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe. Again, very insightful indeed, and I can confirm that myself. I haven't watched 2 of his latest videos. He knows that whenever I watch, I do leave a comment. And I don't want to pretend and go there and say good content. That's not how I operate. But whenever I watch his video, he knows. But please go check out his channel. I can assure you, again, a good content overall. Watch his the anti-Glazers video. You'd love it. He explained what that means and how Roman Abramovich made sure that we're being sold to the right person, that nothing will go wrong.
Who did this?
Again, but he used my cousin. I'm not the one. I understand. Again, he took the model for far. Here's the thing. Here's the difference now. If he was Tribia herself, she'd say this. She's not gonna blip out the rest. I remember her for that. I cannot fight like her, but dislike him. I understand. We'll move on. More people love her than more people hate her. Again, none of us is perfect. She's not perfect. None of us is perfect, but she's a lovely individual overall. Name it love again. So can I see. Ty just posted the link. Be sure. Did I skip it? Again, here's the link to Ty's YouTube channel. Please be sure to go check it out. Give him a follow. Every time, again, he gets a subscriber from Chelsea Perspective, he owes me one Jamaican beer. And I'm looking forward to it. But that's, by the way, Ty, are you still there with us? Your final thoughts before we call it a day. Okay, it doesn't look like Ty is available now. I'm probably busy dealing with other stuff. Roger, I cannot thank you enough. Again, I'm going to share the link to Roger's, again, Twitter account so you can go follow him. I did the same thing yesterday. Just give me a second. And you can also go follow Chelsea Perspective's YouTube channel. Be sure to, again, just one second. Here's Roger. I'm going to share the link to his Twitter account so you can go follow him. He deserves to have at least 100 followers by now. But I think, have I seen an improvement? I think 4 more. That's fine. Here's the link to Roger's YouTube channel. Am I correct, Roger? Did you gain 4 more?
I think so. Yes. I
Okay.
hardly ever go on YouTube's, but yeah, if anyone wants to DM me, please feel free. I don't mind.
Okay, there you go. I've shared the link to Roger's again Twitter account, so to speak. Again, go ahead, give him a follow, and again DM him if you have any footballing question. I think he'd be glad to respond. I know he enjoys questions. Did my message go through? Yeah, it went through. You can see the message I shared. Please go again. I subscribe to Roger's Twitter account. Ty, you can also share the link to your Twitter account, and you can also again follow Chelsea Perspective. Just give me a second. Let me go like this. Oh, okay. John Potton today man said he followed you yesterday. That's good to hear. So here's the thing. So now please go and follow Chelsea Perspective Twitter account if you haven't. So with that, Ty, it doesn't look like he's available to give his final thoughts on the show. And Roger, thank you so much for finding the time to join. I can't thank you enough.
A pleasure.
And
sir.
in the chat, again, I want to talk John Potts Entertainment. I want to thank Street Beer. Again, thank you so much for finding the time to join. And also, again, the Queen of the House was also there. Ty Talks, thank you so much for being on the chat and on the panel too. And thank you to Just Viola for finding the time to join. I sincerely do appreciate that. Thank you to Law, Liam Lane, where's your comment? Liam Lane here. Again, thank you so much for finding the time to join the show to help keep things civil. Stevie says, my cousin was a goddess. Yeah, for 4 years, yep. She kicked so much and loved loads of beats that she told, again, me once she was the only moderator in a room of 3,200 people and won. Yeah, she doesn't give up in a fight. Again, I know that myself. And again, we fought, again, that type of fight that you see from between the siblings, not a bad fight. Again, she means well. Again, like I say, she's not perfect. But that's, by the way, again, with that, we've come to the end of the show. I cannot thank you guys enough. Again, it's been a brilliant show, even though we didn't start well due to the issues we had. Technology issues, new system that didn't connect well to the internet. But we still moved on and we're able to get up to 56 likes. But if you haven't, just take a second to like the video to get it to at least 60 likes. Roger, thank you so much. And Ty, thank you so much. I cannot thank you guys enough. Again, that's it for today. See you guys next time. And bye. Yeah, so people, now I'm going to let the update window run on its own. It will be automated. So thank you so much for joining the show again. Once again, see you guys later. I will not be on the panel here. I will be off, but it will run for a while. Again, Ty, I will talk with you via the phone, via the phone. I just wanted to come in and let you know. I'll let the update screen run for a while. So thank you so much, guys, for joining. God bless us all, and bye, and thank you for Street Beers. Yes. All right, Ty, I'll speak with you via the phone.
Yeah. you.